There's 2 go live buttons in OBS, it's interesting. I should be back though. Imagine being late. Imagine being late to your own YouTube stream because you were held up by something else. I would never do such a thing. I would never do such a thing. We're back with level 100 since level 50 died. Spoilers, level 50 died last week. It was a good loss. Doug Trio assisted. Everyone loves Gen 3 Doug Trio before the attack buff. Late for being early, yeah. Let's see, where's my team thing? Got it here. Got my double team from yesterday. There was something else I wanted to say and I've completely forgotten what it is. But it's fine, we'll remember when we're in there. Oh yeah, I probably should speed up a little bit. I don't want to be accused of RNG manipulation. Emerald does have a bug where the RNG seed starts at 0 when you first turn on, so you do want to delay it a bit. I think if today goes well, we'll reach 168. Noland is waiting at 168. We'll see if I get that far. I might have to do a brief pause in about 5-10 minutes for the dogs, but it's fine. We can go and check out the draft, definitely. And please tell me if the music is too loud. My OBS crashed last weekend. Gyarados! Do we have Gyarados 1 or 4 maybe? I'm quite a big fan of all the Gyarados sets. Just 9 rounds away from 210. Again, I don't think 210 is particularly likely. I think Gyarados 4 is quite likely to come. Hey, Blake. Thanks, everyone. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. Okay, Wolverine 2 again. The last time I used this, it was quite successful. It also served LRXC quite well on his recent double stream. Espeon 4. We're not cursed by Espeon 2 for once. We have an actual Espeon with actual special attack investment. Espeon Gyarados is a very nice 1-2, I think. Okay, and we got the good Ludicolo set as well. Rain Dish, okay. Doesn't make a big difference on Ludicolo 2. Ludicolo 2 is the only Ludicolo set without Rain Dance. Okay. Are you Shell Armor? You are. Wow. So for those of you who don't know, Lapras is actually quite good in singles. You PP stall so many enemies with rest looping with Shell Armor. And the bulk advantage you get in Gen 3, the Pokemon in this draft are all 31 IV Pokemon. The enemy Pokemon for this round will be 3 IVs. Lapras 7 is quite a serious. It's quite a serious Pokemon. It's quite nice. It's bad at revenge killing, obviously, but it's quite a good Lapras set actually. The downside of this Lapras though is that we're probably going towards Espeon Gyarados, and although Lapras does like the Intimidate support, Espeon Gyarados it's a slightly faster team. We could rely on Lapras to PP stall enemies and then set up either Calm Mind or Dragon Dance. The other downside is though that we'd go double weak to Electric. Double weak to Rock isn't so bad, but double weak to Electric is a little bit risky. Yeah, Lapras with the IV advantage is quite serious. Okay, and we got Golem 1 last. So Golem 1 is by far the worst Pokemon in this draft. This is a good draft. I don't think Golem 1 is in contention. My instinctual reaction is definitely the Gyarados Espeon Ludicolo team. Solid all-around team. Can definitely lead off with Ludicolo as well. I definitely want Gyarados to be in the back because I don't want to be too weak to Heracross. I don't want to be too vulnerable into a Heracross getting lucky. I don't have an amazing switch-in for Ludicolo, but that's okay. Ludicolo is probably saying, and I prefer to put Espeon and Gyarados in the back because they're both set-up Pokemon. I think set-up Pokemon are more powerful when you know what you're facing, and then you know if you can set up or not. Whereas if we imagine if we led off with Espeon, against certain opponents we might be able to set up, and against certain other opponents we might not, and because it's Battle Factory, you don't know what the enemy set is at the start. Unfortunately, I think if Lapras comes, I think Gyarados probably won't come, and Gyarados 4 is one of the best Pokemon in the factory. It's a rather boring setup, but I think we are doing that. Another factor here is that I think we definitely don't want to swap for the round. I don't think there's much point waiting on this. I also want to put Gyarados in the back as the physical attacker. It's a little bit dangerous in Tower to go all special because of Blissey, Regice, Snorlax. Espeon is a great lead. I would happily lead Espeon in a lot of cases, but I think Ludicolo is an even better lead. Because Ludicolo, we don't have to worry about setup at all. We also don't mind as much if Ludicolo gets paralyzed by Thunderwave or something. And Ludicolo, because it has quite predictable weaknesses, it's quite rare. Most Pokemon against it will run off their primary stab, and it's easier to switch into a stab move. It's easier to plan around stab attacks and coverage moves. I mean, Espeon is also totally fine. I think we'll go with that. We'll go with Ludicolo, Espeon, Gyarados. So we're leaving behind Walrein and Lapras, which I think are both fine. Walrein 2 is totally fine, just like Lapras. I think I'd rather take Lapras than Walrein, but as I said, I think going weak to electric feels a bit risky. Espeon is good into electric types, but the enemy electric types could also have a Bright Powder or something, and then, you know, they could paralyze. And I do have Synchronize, but paralyze can go wrong for the player. I really doubt we're swapping with this team. Hey, thanks, Yoshi. Let's keep going. And my internet is stable for once. Quag, okay. It is no phrase Quag, so it's unlikely that it's... I think it's more likely to be Quag 4 than Quag 1, 2, 3. Quag 1 and 3 are both high risk. Quag 2 is almost slow and steady on its own. A little bit awkward with the water absorb potential from Quagsire. I don't want to put Espeon into Quagsire 3 though. I also don't want to go Gyarados on Quagsire 4. It would be okay. I guess it would be okay. I'm a bit worried about Gyarados being frozen by Ice Beam there. Even against Quagsire 1, Gyarados, once it sets up, we can get hit by the counter Focus Band combination. I'm wondering if we stay in an Ice Beam, and then we react to what Quagsire does. Because if Quagsire 3 goes for Curse or Sludge Bomb, if it goes for Sludge, I can't really go to Espeon if it curses, is the problem, because +1 Earthquake takes out Espeon. That has Quick Claw. I'm a bit concerned about Quagsire 3. Luckily it's not that likely. We might sack Ludicolo against that. think I'd rather switch on the second turn against Quagsire into the Gyarados anyway. Why not Surf? Because of Water Absorb. It's 50-50 to be Water Absorb. The Pokemon in the factory have random abilities. How much would Surf/Ice Beam do? So it slightly depends on the Quagsire set. Quagsire 1 and 4 would both take a bit over half from Surf. Surf is a stab attack. Quagsire 2 is sassy with max special defense. Quagsire 2 might take a bit under half. And Quagsire 3 then is similar to 1 and 4 actually. It's just not sassy nature. The nature is about 10% damage difference. I think we're going to go Ice Beam. Ice Beam will do a bit over a third. We will definitely free shot. We might not free shot Quagsire 3 because of, but we might not free shot Quagsire 2 because of the leftovers and the sassy nature. But that's the only concern, and we're not going to lose to Quagsire 2 here. It's actually kind of set up bait for Gyarados because it has only 5 PP on Ancient Power. Okay, that's Quagsire 4. I was gonna always go Gyarados on Quagsire 4. I'm a bit worried about being Ice Beam frozen. We will be doing Dragon Dance, since Frustration won't kill. I'm a bit worried about missing the kill at +1 as well. Frustration is slightly stronger than Earthquake. It's 102 base power. I'm half wondering if I can just rest stall Ice Beam. The problem is because I'm Chesto Berry, I actually don't avoid the Ice Beam on the second turn, so it would have 2 chances to freeze me. I guess what I can do is if I get frozen, Gyarados can get hit by another 4 Ice Beams. Then I'll come into 2 Ice Beams with Ludicolo. And the problem then is that Gyarados might be switching into more Ice Beams because of Intimidate. It would be... I don't think there's a good way around the freeze, actually. We'll see. There's no point attacking right now, anyway. We get frozen, we'll have to Intimidate spam for Espeon, most likely. So what I could do here is rest, and then if it doesn't freeze with Ice Beam, I can rest loop the remaining Ice Beam PP and set up the full. I then very likely win with Gyarados. I don't think I'm actually that likely to kill with Frustration anyway. So a little tidbit on Gen 3 is you see the gap between the 1 and the 0 on the level 100. Just underneath that is the 75% HP mark. And I think 75% is probably about the max we'd ever do with +1 Frustration against Quagsire. So I don't think there's actually any point going for this kill unless I'm going to go for the crit. I think we do just Rest Loop. Unfortunately, the Chesto Berry acts against us here. Gives Ice Beam an additional chance to freeze us. Okay. Can't rest at full health. We avoided the freeze. In that case, we're just going to Rest Loop all of the Ice Beams. Setting up against Surf is completely safe. Because it's slightly more optimal to Frustration instead of Earthquake due to PP reasons. How's the progress on the ruler stream laid out? I have if you're talking about the image that overlays a ruler on the enemy HP bar, I have that image on my computer. I just haven't bothered to add it to this layout. Thanks, Hawk. Thanks, SSD Hawk. Battle armor plus shield death. Yes, exactly. Right, let's sweep this idiot. Guitar. I don't care about scouting it. I am at risk of being quick clawed, of course, but I'll never be immune to that. Nice miss into the bright powder. Does that have to be T-Tar 2? So yeah, no setup is ever safe. This is fairly bad, isn't it? Silly me being scared of Quick Claw. Should have been scared of the bright powder. I think it has to be T-Tar 2. T-Tar 2 runs no bulk. We should kill with Surf. Okay, that's a very, very bright powder, I guess. The 1% double miss. I'm probably always going to be saved by the Shell Bell. But I'm not sure about being saved with the sand chip added on top of that. But I have to hit. If I miss the Surf, it is super over. Espeon is not going to beat T-Tar 2. The good news about this is that because T-Tar was on the team, there's not a dark type in the back. So Espeon can at least hit the bat Pokemon with the Psychic. Gen 3 does not have the Sand special defense boost, no. That is a Gen 4 thing. Gen 3 T-Tar with the Sand Spadef boost would be a monster. Okay, we don't miss. No, 3 in a row. I did get 4 bright powders in a row in Gen 4 earlier this week. That's 1 in 10,000. Venusaur last. That should always be an Espeon win. It can't be Venusaur 2 because of item clause on the enemy team. So they all faint. They all faint to the Espeon, but we crit. Okay. Wonderful game. I'm an adult. I swallow frustration. High risk this time. So high risk, for people who don't know, moves like Double Edge, Facade, Counter, Mirror Coat, Explosion is high risk, Fissure, Horn Drill high risk. High risk is a bit of a spooky style to get, but high risk is also very common in the factory. There's a lot of high risk Pokemon. Just don't miss. I forgot to bless you with Compound Eyes too. I am now officially blessed. I won't miss any more bright powder Pokemon. T-Tar 2 is a fun set. It's not a bulky T-Tar, and I think with only 3 IVs, I think the appeal of T-Tar is much, much, much lower. And all 3 of my Pokemon on my team are pretty good now, and I've got decent type synergy. I think I'm sticking. The only thing that might cause me to swap is if there was an electric spec later. But even then, I probably would. I probably would keep Gyarados over Ludicolo, even to electric. We will see a full odds shiny in the Battle Factory. It is possible. It is 1 in 8,000. No shiny. Golem is not a surprise at all. Golem 4 is high risk on its own. And the other 3 Golem sets are also partial high risk. We don't want to mess around with this. It is true that Gyarados could set up on some of these. But the chance of it being an explosion set is quite high. And in Gen 3, the chance of a random explosion at full HP is about 10%. And I don't really want to set up against a quick claw Pokemon that can probably kill Gyarados with a random crit. Okay, no surprises from Golem. So it's because 3 out of 4 of them won Quick Claw, it's fairly likely the Pokemon in the back cannot be Quick Claw. Okay, Machamp. So there's a decent chance it's a high risk Machamp as well. Machamp high risk is not a surprise. Machamp switching into Ludicolo does mean that there's no super effective Pokemon in the back in terms of their moves into Ludicolo, because no Machamp has a super effective move against Ludicolo. So yeah, my intuition is to switch to Gyarados, obviously. The fact that a back Pokemon is not super effective into Ludicolo probably means Ludicolo is decent against it. You go to Espeon as well. The problem with going to Espeon is that we are a little bit at risk of the cross-drop crits from something like Machamp 4 or 5. And it could be Machamp with Quick Claw. If that was Golem 2, it's possible. Although if it was Golem 2 and then it's Machamp 3, it has to be high risk in the back as well. The obvious play seems to be to switch, though. I don't think I'm going to regret going Gyarados here. We've seen a ground, a rock, and now a fighting type. Yeah, let's. It could be something like Rhydon in the back. A tie in Gen 3 on typing is considered a true tie, unlike Gen 4, where it goes off the type index order. Revenge. Okay, it's Machamp 8. So the question now is, how much do I want to respect both counter and the rock slide crit? The good news is that I'm pretty damn safe in general here. I think I actually prefer going Espeon. I'm nervous about setting up and getting crit. I'm also nervous about just attacking here and getting countered. I'm also a bit nervous about the focus band. Even if I can PP stall this and waste all of its moves, it can still get the focus band activation then. I think we're probably going to Espeon. Yeah, 2 shinies on the tower on the same day, that's nuts. And you've never seen one since, yeah. It's funny how luck works, isn't it? Right, let's get Espeon. Okay, no crit. I'm definitely killing this. To take a 3 versus 1 lead to the Pokemon in the back, I think it'd be very difficult to lose from there. No focus band. So the fact that it's Machamp 8 means that the high risk has definitely been fulfilled as well. Okay, Sceptile. A little bit awkward. I don't love giving this thing Overgrow. I think let's bite first. We're probably in crunch range. I think it's only Sceptile 4 that could ever win. It's the only set with a hacks item. How does the game generate the frontier sets with PID? I think the way it works is you get a genuine... It genuinely creates the Pokemon with PID and everything, and then it edits the ability, nature, IVs, moves, EVs. I think that's how it works. I'm not an expert though in the game's code. But the flinch, that's very nice. And it is Septile 4. It doesn't get the kill with Crunch. We've got another chance. Hopefully we've used up all of our bright powder misses now. But yeah, there's a funny bug in the Gen 4 tower. A shiny Pokemon in the Gen 4 tower is 1 in 200,000 because the Gen 4 PID nature has to match the set nature as well. So there's obviously 25 natures, so it has to match that on top of the 1 in 8,000 for a shiny. I'm not an expert on gen recoding. I'm really only interested in the part where it comes to like the battle and the way the facilities work. That's about it. It's normal, no phrase. We're good into that. It's Lexi. Want to see a scary Pokemon. It's a classic intro line. Okay. I mean, it's not high risk, so slightly unlikely to be a high risk Earthswing. It can't be Earthswing 2. Earthswing 2 is high risk on its own with double edge and counter. I'm a bit worried about Earthswing 5 because of the Choice Band. Choice Band Earthswing 5 does kill me. Then Earthswing 6 can also probably kill me with the Hyper Beam. I don't like swapping here. I don't want to go Espeon because I don't want the feint to like a double edge or a Mega Kick. I don't like going Gyarados that much either because Earthswing 5 actually hits Gyarados very hard. It's the Choice Band set. Earthswing 5 also is not high risk, so it's a bit more likely than several of these sets. I also don't want to go Gyarados on a funny scenario, which would be Earthswing 3 kicking Thunder Punch. That would be comical. I'm pretty sure the Pokemon in the factory have your trainer ID. But don't quote me on that. Right, let's surf this. I've decided I'm not swapping. There's another normal type in the back. Okay, double edge. We should live. It's Earthswing 5 that could kill me. That's big damage. It can't be Earthswing 2, it has to be Earthswing 4. Earthswing 2 is high risk on its own. So this is yet another Bright Powder moment. We'll preserve the PP on Surf, I guess, in case that ever matters. Wouldn't Earthswing 5 using Air Lace here? No, because only Mega Kick would kill Ludicolo. We are a max HP Ludicolo set, we have 364 HP. I don't think Aerial Ace would do more than 330. Mega Kick is much stronger. More Bright Powder misses. No. Okay. So this is the non-normal type. We know the Pokemon on the back is normal. We also know there is no high risk in the back, which is helpful. I'm wondering if we save Ludicolo or not. Ludicolo is not a desperately fast Pokemon without speed investment, but it is the factory. We do have an IV advantage. At the same time, what am I swapping to? I'm a little bit nervous about swapping into Calm Mind being used. If I stay in, I could also get Quick Clawed, but I don't think that's the worst thing that could happen here. I don't really want to go Espeon and Slowbro either, because Bite will be a roll to two-shot it. It probably will be Gyarados. I probably would Dragon Dance and double Frustration. I probably set up against, I don't know, even against Slowbro 1, it would have a freeze chance with the Ice Punch. That's right, the item clause applies to the enemy team. So in Gen 4, the enemy Pokemon could not have Bright Powder because Espeon 4 on my team has Bright Powder, but in Gen 3, the enemy Pokemon could have the same items as you, which means you can end up, if you swap for them, you could have a team of all leftovers Pokemon in Gen 3. Yeah, they only respect the item clause on their side, so there's no Bright Powder Pokemon in the back because the Ursaring had Bright Powder. Right, I think we're going to stay in and we're going to Thunder Punch, obviously. Okay, we do big damage. That's not Slowbro 1. Slowbro 1 is much bulkier than that. Okay, it is a Quick Claw set. I think we'll do one Dragon Dance and Frustration. Because a Psychic crit, particularly with Quick Claw included, is deadly. Also, if it gets a Psychic special defense drop, I can no longer rest loop it. So this is not a setup. It's not a setup opportunity unless I want to switch stall these Psychics, which I don't want to do. I think Espeon taking damage is bad. What is the benefit of having Ice Punch over Ice Beam? I don't think there's any benefit. But the Frontier Pokemon are not min-maxed. This is what people get wrong when they try and do ROM hacks of the Frontier. They try and make everything too powerful. The point of the Frontier is not that everything is as strong as it possibly can be. The point is that it's a variety of sets and there's, you know, a wider explanation of potential strategies that can be played against you. It's Gumi Lover from Discord. So ideally this would be Slowbro 4, as that's not quiet. It's probably Slowbro 3 though, isn't it? Would Sassy Slowbro take that much from Thunder Punch? Probably not. We did over half. Okay, that's a Quick Claw. No drop though. 117 damage. It probably is Slowbro 3. Based on the Thunder Punch damage there and the Psychic damage into Gyarados. I am not messing around with this thing. It gets a double Quick Claw, okay? It doesn't crit me at least. So I am at +1, and there is a normal type in the back. It can't be Tauros, because Tauros is always high risk. It's Clef. It can't be Clef 1, because Clef 1 is always impossible to predict. I think I want to avoid Cute Charm. It does have a focus band. This is not completely over. Okay. We should have a lot of opportunities to kill this. Okay. No infinite focus bands. High risk. A focus band is such a frustrating item, isn't it? I think Quick Claw is the most frustrating item. But focus band is quite close behind it. Unfortunately, Gen 3 is easier than Gen 4, definitely, because of the IV bug and stuff, but unfortunately there are more hacks items in Gen 3. There are definitely more Bright Powders, and there are more Quick Claws, there's no doubt about that. And it is very difficult to put a big win streak together, even outside of Factory. You're more scary than my Pokemon. Lexi is quite funny. I don't know who this is. I'm a fraud. I don't know all the trainer quotes of Gen 3 yet. Finn. Finn, you're forgettable. Aggron. I want to click the move. It is high risk. That makes Aggron 2 and 4 more likely. I really don't want to switch into a Thunder Wave from Aggron 2. I also don't want to switch into a Double Edge from Aggron 4. And then Aggron 3 could Thunder. Can you be my new... I mean, I'm just a YouTuber. So if my role ends there, I can, I guess. The Ivy bug is cool. What I appreciate about Gen 3 versus Gen 4 is I appreciate how different they are. They are very different experiences. It would kind of suck if Gen 3 and Gen 4 Factory were very similar and there wasn't a significant, interesting difference. But there are several interesting differences. Doesn't Gen 4 have more min-max sets? No, Gen 4 sets actually... The worst Gen 4 sets are much worse than the worst Gen 3 sets. There's some truly unbelievably bad Pokemon in the Gen 4 Frontier. I would say there's fewer incoherent sets in Gen 4. So it's like there's no Twisted Spoon Hypno without a Psychic move, for example, in Gen 4. There are some funny things, like Breloom in Gen 4 is Toxic Orb on set 3, but it's not guaranteed to have Poison Heal. So it could just be an Effect Spore Breloom that poisons itself. Anyway. So, I don't know. Gen 4 is much harder to get the gold print in, mostly because of the fact that it's 49 wins instead of 42. I think that's a bigger gap than the IV thing. I think the Gen 4 facilities are much better. Like, Arcade and Castle are genuinely very good. Everything in Gen 3 is slightly, like, goofy and flawed, and there's much less team creativity space in Gen 3, unfortunately. It is still interesting, though. Okay. We don't miss Aggron, and we don't get Quick Clawed. It's a good start to the game. I was a little bit worried about you showing up, yes. So while Espeon should beat Heracross, there's always the Bright Powder set and a Focus Band set, which can mess with you. I'm also a bit worried about pushing Heracross 4 into Endure range. It's very tempting to go to Gyarados. I think I will go to Gyarados. So I think having the Intimidate onto this is a very good way of mitigating the worst case scenarios. Of course, it's very likely to use Mega Horn and hit the Mega Horn into Gyarados. It's not guaranteed though. Heracross 1 could use the move Counter here. Counter can get a +4 score because Ludicolo is exclusively special types. But I think let's go Gyarados. We know that there's no type spec. We saw Aggron and Heracross so far, so there's a good chance that Ludicolo is going to be good into the final Pokemon. So we don't want to throw it away for no reason, really. And after we Intimidate this, if it's Heracross 2 in particular, Ludicolo is going to survive the Mega Horn. It Mega Horns me, yeah. So that's not Heracross 2. Did too much damage. Heracross 2 has no attack investment and would therefore do around 50. This is definitely attack invested. Now it is high risk. which does make Heracross 1 and Heracross 4 more likely. Particularly if it wasn't Aggron 2 or 4. Much more likely to be Heracross 1 or Heracross 4, since those both have high-risk moves in Counter and Endure. This is the Battle Rock Galaxy. It's been a very long time since I played Super Mario Galaxy, though, so I'm going to be limited on that. Would it be a mistake to use Frustration against Heracross 4 here? I don't want to switch out because Heracross 4 is going to Mega Horn again on this turn. I think it's fine to Frustration. Okay, we're fast, so this is Heracross 3. I mean, 1. Heracross 1. I'm pretty sure I just Dragon Dance and Frustration here. I could Dragon Dance Rest, but if I do that, it's going to Mega Horn into Rock Tomb again. And I'm still going to be dropped on speed. I can get to +2 attack by doing that, though. It's definitely Dragon Dance right now while I'm slower. There's no doubt about that. And I don't want to swap on a Mega Horn either. Mega Horn crit here would be potentially game over. Yeah, I've only intimidated it once. It's going to one-shot Ludicolo and Espeon, so... There was a bit of a reason to switch, actually. If I switched, I'm probably sacrificing Espeon, which seems insane. I mean, I don't think I'm playing around being Mega Horn crit and then Espeon also activates Focus Band. That's a schizo thing to play around, isn't it? It's 1 in 160. Okay, counter is very nice. It's now going to use Rock Tomb, very likely, because I'm fasting it again. So I could either kill it here, or potentially activate the Focus Band, or I can rest. The downside of rest is that rest into a Rock Tomb crit will put me in, it might put me in kill range. That's the upside of getting a potential miss. And also is not guaranteed to use Rock Tomb. It's not... It doesn't have to do it. It's just very likely with the AI scoring. I think let's not mess around with Heracross. Given how good Heracross can be into Ludicolo and Espeon with a bit more luck. Let's just try and remove it. And keeping the Chesto Berry is worth something. It's Nidoqueen last. Or we'll one-shot all of your sets at +1. And Focus Band is impossible because Heracross was Focus Band. I could scout the set. Because if it's Nidoqueen 3 or 4, that tells me it has to be high-risk Aggron. But I don't think I'm ever swapping for Nidoqueen or Aggron. If I was going to swap, I would swap for the Heracross. So I don't think I'm going to mess around with it. I think while there's no type spec, we're never really considering the swaps here. We got a very good team. Okay. It is high risk. High risk Nidoking is often Nidoking 1 because of Horn Drill and Counter. It also has a Quick Claw, so Quick Claw or Horn Drill is by far the worst thing that could happen here. There's no Bright Powder Nidoking 2 from Generation 4 to worry about. If it's not Nidoking 1, it's most likely Nidoking 3, since that's high risk with Horned as well. It was unlikely to use Mega Horn, that's right. The problem with switching to Ludicolo, I think, would probably be that we lose our attack. If you're talking about after Dragon Dance, we lose our attack boost. Heracross can pick Mega Horn, and if it does one-shot Ludicolo at -1, I think. We do then get another Intimidate off, but the problem is that Gyarados switches back in. We don't one-shot with Frustration, so Heracross has a chance to crit Gyarados again. So I don't think we've actually improved the odds there in terms of playing around a crit. I guess we could have gone back to Gyarados after Ludicolo dies to Mega Horn and then immediately use Rest. We do get hit by the Rock Tomb, but at -2, it has to back-to-back crit the Gyarados then. And I think it's a bad idea. The thing is, though, that even if that Heracross crits Gyarados, I still have Espeon. Espeon still has to get Focus Banded. And I think losing Ludicolo could have been bad. Yeah, it's an idea, though. It's an idea that is worth thinking about. Right, I don't think we're ever swapping against Nidoking because of the risk of Horn Drill being so high. Just gotta hope that we don't get Quick Clawed. Is there a world where swapping to Gyarados is to play against Nidoking? The problem is that the thing we're scared of is Horn Drill, right? And if Horn Drill hits, then we're back to square one. We got to restore Quick Claw Horn Drill again. The upside of going to Gyarados here would be if this is Nidoking 2. We could set up on Nidoking 2. It's not that likely to be Nidoking 2 because of high risk. We can't set up against Nidoking 4 because of Thunder. And Nidoking 1 and 4, or 1 and 3 have Horn Drill. Okay. Nidoking 3 was fairly likely. So we know there has to be more high risk. I mean, if Nidoking 1 goes Horn Drill, we can't play around that with the Quick Claw on the second Horn Drill. Okay. So there's high risk in the back. And we've seen... It's not Swampert because we've seen a ground type already. It's not Tentacruel. Those would tie on types with Nidoking and Suicune Scene, okay. Did that crit matter? No. Unfortunately, it's really difficult to swap out of Suicune. Giving Suicune time to set up is very risky. I think we have to go for the Thunder Punches here. We don't want it to run away with the game by a double team or Calm Minds. Against double team sets in particular, it's very important to get them below 90% HP. Which dramatically changes how much the AI likes to use setup. Is a little bit scary, this thing. I mean, obviously Gyarados should have time against quite a lot of the Suicunes, particularly these slower ones, but I mean, Suicune 6 would be quite concerning in particular. Yeah, I think we just have to go with Thunder Punch. I'm hoping for no double team. I would rather it Calm Mind than double team. Okay, blank Ice Beam. It's invested. So it's Suicune 3 or 4. Oh no, Suicune 5 is also invested and faster. Okay, it's 3, 4, 5 then. Suicune 5 is so likely to Calm Mind though. I think it's quite likely to be Suicune 3 or 4. And Suicune 3, are you broken on the weather glitch? You are. So it's not Suicune 3, because Suicune 3 would always use Rain Dance because it's faster than Ludicolo. So it's actually Suicune 4 or 5, and it's very likely to be Suicune 4. More Bright Powder. Very, very likely to be Suicune 4. I mean, would we really do so much for Suicune 5? We are modest, but Thunder Punch is a 75 power move. I think this is Suicune 4. It doesn't make any difference to what we do, though. We're definitely staying in. Yeah, I think we would not do that much to 5. Okay. Survive the Suicune. Suicune is always a very scary Pokemon to show up. I'm always most scared of Suicune 1, 2, and 6, though. Certain teams would be scared of 5 as well, I'd think, but... Okay, Machamp last. So we know it has to be high risk. Most of these sets are high risk. It's not Machamp 4, which is nice, I guess. We're definitely just going to surf this. We don't want to activate Guts. It's not Machamp 3 either, which is nice. Yeah, I think that was Suicune 4. Which is a very good set, but I think with the IV advantage, I'm keeping Ludicolo and Gyarados. We can think about it now. Let's see. No type. High risk again. Yeah, I really think that Ludicolo does a better job than Suicune with the IV advantage. And I think, like we said earlier, the Intimidate support from Gyarados is nice. The fact that Gyarados is physical instead of special is nice. And I think Espeon 4 is, like, untouched. I think Espeon 4 is the best member of this team. I really like having the fast revenge kill after Ludicolo opens. So I think we're not taking Suicune. Okay. It's high risk Dusclops. So Pain Split is a high risk move, so is Double Edge. I'm pretty sure that's it. It doesn't have to be those, though. It could be Dusclops 2. Dusclops 2 is quite scary here. I do have Rest Gyarados, but I'm always concerned about Dragon Dancing on Confuse Ray. I could play it very slow if it is Dusclops 2, I guess, and basically not use Dragon Dance. I don't like going Espeon when Dusclops 4 is quite likely to kick Shadow Ball. I'm half thinking about using a move that is not Surf for the upside, but I think against Dusclops 2 I would really appreciate the extra power from Surf. I think against Dusclops 1 and 3 I probably would rather go Ice Beam. And then Dusclops 4 could Double Edge, which makes Surf quite a lot better again. Could go Gyarados here. What is the major disadvantage of going Gyarados? I think it'd probably be it would be Dusclops 4, wouldn't it? Dusclops 1 could also be a problem with Confuse Ray, but Dusclops 4 using Curse on Gyarados. I'm forced to switch out. It could Resto Chesto. It's then doing extra damage as I switch out. I might go back to Gyarados and I might get cursed again. I could maybe run it out of its Resto Chesto and then wait until it rests again. The thing is, I don't think Espeon ever kills at +1, right? Because the end game of that would be to wait for rest, go Espeon, Carmine, and Psychic. That would make it worth it, but I don't think we can do that. I don't think +1 Psychic kills Dusclops 4. Yeah, PP could be a concern, so Dusclops 2 is a concern here. Dusclops 2 is very likely to open up with Double Team. It could also Toxic. It is actually guaranteed to never use Confuse Ray on turn 1 because of the Protect AI in Gen 3. But I think let's Surf. Let's Surf. I think it's... I don't think I'm going to regret not trying to set up on Dusclops 4 here. Okay. Let's look up the Pain Split AI. I'm not an expert on this. I always have to look this up. It's 60% is the check. Okay, so it's either guaranteed to Pain Split or it won't. I feel like it's below 60, but it's very close. I think it's below 60 though. Which does mean it will Pain Split. I wonder if I should switch. Let me check something. .25 on the confused damage, basically. Pretty much, Gyarados hits itself in the low 40s. By Dragon Dance, that will be mid to high 60s on average with the self-hit. I can't really Dragon Dance twice, can I? And I'm going to need to Dragon Dance twice to kill it through leftovers chip healing. I don't think Gyarados is actually that viable here, unless I want to risk self-hits. I could go Espeon. Downside of Espeon, of course, is that Seismic hurts Espeon quite badly. What happens if it Pain Splits? If I Surf again, I bring it down super low on HP. It's going to basically Pain Split a roughly 350-ish HP pool. It's then going to get leftovers again. It's basically that. It's going to heal for probably about 75%. But it will not Pain Split on the following turn. So basically I double Surf. I could Ice Beam as well. That means Ludicolo takes less damage, but it also means that it Pain Splits up to a higher HP total. I quite like Ice Beam though because of the freeze. I do quite like Ice Beam. I also think the Ice Beam's going to kill if it crits. Also, the Shell Bell kind of works against me here. Not only do I Surf it, but I Shell Bell up as well. It's going to be a bit more than 350. Dusclops is going to be at 200 HP after the Pain Split. Now, if I'm wrong about Pain Split, and it does not Pain Split here, that would make no Surf a mistake. But I'm pretty sure it's going to Pain Split, you know. Yeah, okay. It's definitely not going to Pain Split now. Most likely move is split between Seismic and Confuse Ray, I believe. What is the Confuse Ray HP check? Is it 50%? It is 50%, okay. So it's going to Seismic here. I think we just double Surf, right? Losing Ludicolo is... I think it's a fine trade. Because this Dusclops set is annoying. If I switch, I'm opening myself up to being confused. I am very certain I don't want to go Gyarados here. It doesn't cheat mid-turn though. The AI bases its move choice on the start of turn HP values and so on. And with only 10 PP on Gyarados' rest, we're not PP stalling this out of enough PP. When it's acting randomly, it's going to randomly reapply Confuse Ray and so on. We are staying in, I think. And I'm going to double surf. The healing from Shell Bell should perhaps save Ludicolo. I don't think we're killing, are we? Not through leftovers. I think this is acceptable. It is high risk. There's a high risk Pokemon in the back. There is not... Well, there could be another ghost type, but it's very unlikely. Close. Close. The thing is, if we use Surf instead of Ice Beam 2 turns ago, then we don't actually survive there because we take more damage from the Pain Split. I'm pretty sure we're going Espeon. Yeah, Espeon is faster. I'm pretty sure we're going Espeon because it gives us the opportunity to switch into an Intimidate on the turn after this. It's quite likely to be a Destiny Bond set. I really want to bite it. Gardevoir 6 is very likely to use Thunderbolt here. Makes the switch very dangerous. Gyarados survives the Thunderbolt, but Gyarados is slower than Gardevoir 6. Because Gardevoir 6 has speed investment. And Gardevoir 6 would be horrendous. And then it's not Gardevoir 1, which is good news. There's Shadow Ball. No, in Gen 3, Shadow Ball is a physical move. So we're safe from Shadow Ball. The risk with staying in is more centered around Calm Mind, Double Team, or some kind of hacks like Ice Punch, Freeze, Thunderbolt, Paralysis. We are synchronized, but it would be bad for us to have that going. Gardevoir 6 is Lumberry. Does +1 bite Oko? No. No. Gardevoir is too bulky for that. And I think I want the flinch chance. I can't attract. I'm definitely not swapping. I'm definitely not swapping into a potential Thunderbolt. In some ways, the worst thing that could happen here is actually Bright Powder once again. Okay, good damage. Okay, that's fine. I think we'll just kill this. I could Calm Mind. I think I want to just kill this, though. I think giving Gardevoir a chance to crit me is a really bad idea. Espeon and Gyarados losing a 2 versus 1. Espeon is obviously damaged, but Unfortunately, it could be electric Pokemon in the back. We can't do much about that, and it would be a good idea to Calm Mind against that. Backmon Raikou. I think Backmon Raikou, what we do is I would just Calm Mind on the right. Actually, I would sack Gyarados, and then I'd Calm Mind on the Raikou. The reason I might not want to sack Gyarados there is the fact that slower electric types can T-Wave Gyarados. Well, I'm wondering about swapping to Gyarados. I might be overreacting to the electric threat in the back, though. Yeah, the high roll and low roll damage are a thing, but we did enough with Bite there. I think I'm going to swap to Gyarados. I think I'm going to double dance. I'm sufficiently spooked by the idea that the final Pokemon could be an electric type. A bulky electric type. I mean, it's pretty damn unlikely. Gyarados is actually fast and quite a few electrics naturally. Like, I would not be in trouble against Ampharos. Not sure about this. Okay. Destiny Bond is still active, even though we act first here. The way Destiny Bond works is that the last activated move from Gardevoir is what counts. The last activated move from Gardevoir was Destiny Bond, so we do not want to attack here. It won't endure, it's not low enough. So we're at +2 speed. I think we're going now. We're either going now or we're going to try and PP stall Psychic, and I don't want to PP stall Psychic when Psychic can crit and has a Spadef drop chance. We're faster than the entire factory at this point. I would actually quite like Raikou to come out and validate my... Yeah, that's not Raikou. Validate my decision to not just bite twice. Well, whatever. Do we care about the Golduck set? I don't think we're ever taking it. It's just the worst. But they're all worse waters than Gyarados and Ludi. Why not take the KO there? I was worried about killing Gardevoir with Espeon because I just had Shadow Ball drop come in. I was not at +1 attack, special attack, and if the last Pokemon was a fast Pokemon with Thunderbolt, I could lose to it. So I felt like it was better to set up Gyarados. I was considering going after one Dragon Dance, but Gardevoir used to move Destiny Bond, so I had to go for the other Dragon Dance to stay alive. What's the AI behind Destiny Bond? Is it like Explosion? Yes, so Destiny Bond is only usable below half health. And it's more likely at lower HP, basically, yep. Golduck shaped Raikou. No type. No phrase. It is the literal last match of the round. But we can't react to no type, no phrase. Gardevoir 5 is a cool Pokemon with Destiny Bond, but I think I'm safer keeping my busted 31 IV draft. What have you got for me? Well, I think we have to stay in on this for various reasons. I don't want to swap to Gyarados on like a crit rock slide or some nonsense. There might be a reason to open out with Ice Beam instead of Surf, because then we heal more from Shell Bell. The downside of opening up with Ice Beam is if it's a really, really bulky set, like T-Tar 8, and we don't do additional damage, we've then not put it in Earthquake range, so I think I do want to lead out with Surf for safety reasons. I mean, there's no phrase on this T-Tar, which does make high risk a bit less likely. Time for another Bright Powder Mist, that's what I was thinking as well. I think I'd rather open with Surf, even though we do less healing. Okay. Crunch. Modest crunch. T-Tar 9 would definitely Aerial Ace. This is definitely T-Tar 4. Okay, so just don't Quick Claw me. I should be in a good position. Okay. T-Tar 4 is not a phrase activator. Okay, T-Tar and Dragonite, the two open level exclusive Pokemon. I'm almost certainly Ice Beaming. Do I even need to think about this? I'd never be swapping out here. The risk of... A lot of them could kill Gyarados. And a lot of them could kill Espeon with a crit. Yeah, we're staying in. It's not a Quick Claw set. That's the one thing we know. So it's not a Weather D-Knight. Okay. Do we kill? We do. Okay. D-Knight 1 and 2 are very bulky. What's last? Snorlax. Quite a cool team. The thing is, with Sandstorm active, I'm not that afraid of Snorlax. I think the biggest threat, and I said this on a stream yesterday in doubles, what is the most infamous Gen 3 set? I think it is probably Belly Drum Snorlax. I'm pretty good against Belly Drum Snorlax with this team, but I think against the Curse sets, I do want to just hit them. The Sand Chip helps a lot against Snorlax 4. I think I should be fine. But let's maximize damage, definitely. Shadow Ball. Fairly weak Shadow Ball. I don't... It's not Snorlax 1, because you would have seen leftovers. It could be Snorlax 3. Yeah. But Snorlax 3 would Mega Kick. Does it have to be Snorlax 8? Does it have to be the infamous set? If it's 8, it's going to use Rest here. Okay. Speak it into existence. This team is fine against Snorlax, though. Will do more damage with Psychic. Ludicolo does learn Fire Punch, yep. That was a strong team. It was also a strong team for me. That round was kind of free. What's Belly Drum AI? Belly Drum AI likes to use Belly Drum above. Is it 80? Is 80% the HP check? No, it's 90%. Okay. Yeah, so it likes to use Belly Drum at full health, basically. The abilities are always random. Always random. Another good draft, hopefully. Upcoming opponent. No type. No phrase. Oh, high risk. Okay. What Vino do we have? Bold. I know what you are. Probably almost never taking this. The Leech Seed stalling is sometimes interesting. This is our Bright Powder out of the way for the draft. Okay, you're probably coming, Marowak. Marowak is a funny Pokemon in Gen 3 with the IV advantage, and Marowak 2, 3, and 4 all have speed investment, and they hit ridiculously hard with the Fit Club. Fit Club doubles Marowak's attack stat. Okay, and it's the Twisted Spoon Hypno. I think it's B-Park's Goat is the nickname here. The useless Twisted Spoon. Okay, and right on one, the No Horn Drill. It's a weird collection of Pokemon. I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried that we might be taking Venusaur and Marowak. Okay, Snorlax 1. We can take Snorlax 1. Are you thick fat? You are. You could make an argument that Snorlax 1 would rather be immunity for certain Snorlax, but it does have Facade already. And Swampert 1. Oh, this is a weird team. Swampert 1 is... I don't know how much I like Swampert 1, really. How did you program? Basically, in the Gen 3 Frontier, there are only about 882 sets that are possible to show up. So the community has a spreadsheet of those. And what I do is the screen capture technology screen captures the emulator and reads the names of the enemy Pokemon, because they're always in the same position on the screen. So I read the name of the enemy Pokemon, and then we fetch the set and we put it on the right hand side. This is a weird draft. This is a weird draft. I think Snorlax is always coming, and I think Marowak is always coming, and I might be leading Marowak. I do not want to lead Swampert because I do not want to run into like a Dragon Dance, Ment, or Gyarados or something on the lead that just sets up on me for free. I think Marowak has to lead, which is a bit awkward. Hey, Oyster. I think it is Marowak, Snorlax, Swampert, yeah. It's high risk on the first match, no phrase. I don't think I'm ever going to take Hypno. I think Hypno 1 is too bad. I don't like taking Rhydon and Marowak on the same team. There are quite a lot of high-risk waters. I'm kind of thinking about Marowak, Venusaur, Snorlax as well, with the... Basically, Venusaur Leech Sheets something, and then we go to Snorlax and we PP stall it while it's leeched. The problem with Venusaur Snorlax as a duo is that for enemy Pokemon that are defensive and have defensive setup that cannot be leech seeded, we are actually in quite a lot of trouble against those. Should be fairly unusual. There's no Vileplume free from Gen 4 here. would love to hear the reasoning for every bit of Hypno 1. I think some of these sets were just built by the Game Freak interns, right? Like, there's a King's Rock Jolteon 4 set, where every Pokemon, every move it has, doesn't benefit from the King's Rock boost. So the King's Rock is useless. I think it's Venusaur versus Swampert for the final slot on the team, and I'm not sure which one is getting it. Weirdly, they kind of have the same weakness. They kind of both very scared of the scarier flying types. It is open level, as in level 100, which means Dragonite is a fairly common Pokemon. It's not very safe to Leech the Dragonite, but it's even more unsafe to try and go Swampert on them. I really think it might be Venusaur 2. I'm something of a Swampert 1 hater, to be honest. Yeah, but because Marowak is already the Earthquake user... I mean, Marowak will die quite often because it has to lead, and it'll have to stay in against certain Pokemon. I mean, Marowak, Venusaur, Snorlax is a slow team, but it's not like Swampert is fast. It's actually just a really, really slow draft, isn't it? That's the problem here. I would take quite a mediocre set over the Venusaur here. I think it is going to be Venusaur, you know. I think it is Venusaur. You are bold, yeah, okay. Venusaur 2 is... It's not a good Pokemon. It does not get used very often, but it's going to be used here. It's quite likely to be swapped after a single match. I do think Marowak has to lead. It is... I suppose it is true that there are more Pokemon I could swap for that would rather be in the lead than in the back. But I want something fast to be in the back. So I think it is Marowak lead. And I am glad that Snorlax is Thick-Thack, actually, now that I'm considering the Venusaur, because we have a swap-in for Ice and Fire. So I am pleased that it is a Thick-Fat Snorlax 1, actually. Okay. Am I risking Bright Powder? High risk Venusaur. High risk Victory Bell is Victory Bell 4. If Snorlax was immunity, I would probably go Snorlax. Kind of have to stay in. Kind of have to stay in. Don't miss. That's a good idea. Let's not miss. Okay. There's a decent chance it wasn't Victory Bell 4. Okay. I'm pretty sure we're Earthquaking you as well. I do not want to swap out of a potential Focus Punch. Any plans to stream? I do stream Gen 5 on Twitch. I think I'll stream Gen 5 on YouTube when I get slightly further in, so it's slightly more exciting, and I'm not playing the first few hundred games. Yeah, we're just gonna hit this. But Champ 2 might live, I guess, but that'll be it. Okay. This is Marowak Gaming. Dusclops. Well. Marowak is really good in the factory, by the way. Oh, Dusclops 1 is back. So the downside here is that we really don't know very much about the enemy team. So Dusclops 1 rules out Victory Bell 2. I wouldn't take a Victory Bell anyway. It would be Machamp. No type. Battles flow. Oh, that's a decision. I was going to say it's between Venusaur and unknown Machamp. It's probably not Machamp 2. So Battles Flow is the weather hint. So obviously weather Pokemon are more likely to be fire, water, but also there are a lot of there are a good chunk of grass Pokemon that have Sunny Day, and there are a good chunk of electric types that have Rain Dance and Thunder. And then there's like Steelix 2 and Glady 1 and Woolrain 1. I think I'm unlikely to get dumpstered by a fire Pokemon, given that I have Thick Fat Snorlax. And I think I kind of like the safety that Venusaur brings against some of these Rain Dance waters. The good thing about the Rain Dance water types is that most of them, I think almost all of them, don't have ice coverage, right? Like most of the Rain Dance waters are just a stab move, Rain Dance, and then like weird additional moves. There's like Lapras 6 has Blizzard. I guess there's Suicune 3 has Ice Beam. I'm pretty sure this has already been asked. What was your favourite gen? It probably is Gen 4. I do really like Gen 4 Ubers. And I also really, I appreciate how different Gen 3 and Gen 4 are from each other. I think after Gen 5, my love for the series starts to drop a little bit. And I also don't like Gen 1 very much. I think Gen 1 is a bit too janky for me. I enjoy staying up to date on Gen 1, but I have no compunction to ever really want to play it. Yeah, Rain Dance, Hydro Pump and Thunder, that's a typical water Rain Dance set, yeah. I think Venusaur is staying. I really think it's staying. It could be a really terrible Machamp set as well. Okay, it's obviously very likely to be Sunny Day Typhlosion. It's also very unlikely to be a fire type in the back. I think it is Snorlax's job to come in here. I could stay in an Earthquake. I do risk being burned and crit. I do want Marowak around in case the Pokemon in the back is a Rain Dance Thunder user, I think. What's the main difference between 1500? Yeah, Tyranitar and Dragonite are exclusive to open level. And then Suicune, Entei, Raikou, Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres all have 2 more sets in level 100. They have the set 5s. Thanks, Fugai. Let's go Snorlax here. I think it's quite clear. There is a chance it's not Typhlosion 1. Small chance. Okay. Now, we can't set up that much. Partly because of Smokescreen acting against us. And partly because Typhlosion's going to use Roar if we do more than 2 double teams. I also don't want to feed this thing a Blaze boost. I'm wondering if I go for the full PP stall here. It's unbelievably degenerate, but I could stall all of this thing's moves. So then it can't roar me anymore. I would like a Fire Blast miss. That would be helpful. Could also use a Tract, actually. But the main goal here is to get rid of Fire Blast PP, not to actually kill this. And when it gets attracted, it doesn't use up any PP. We can't go any more double teams, though, because it's going to roar. Attract. I think I'm going to stay on Attract. Wow, I'm a very sexy male Snorlax. I'm happy to run out of Attract. I think it's fine. Okay, we have to switch back in, but that's fine, I think. It's going to start using Roar. Oh my god, it's a weird thing to complain about, but I got too lucky here. I've actually got too lucky on the Immobilize. I think we just fully stall this. Okay, so you're out of Fire Blast then. Yeah, you're definitely out. Okay, time to be really boring. You know what we could do is we could set up Venusaur instead of Marowak, but... Oh, it's gonna suck that we don't get the Sunny Day included. Welcome to Generation 3. It's gonna start spamming Roar now. Honestly, this is only a fraction as boring as a typical tower game, so I'll live through it. Yeah, I'm wondering about Light Screen. I'd only have like 1 or 2 turns left. I could also just do a single Swords Dance. The Bright Powder Raw Miss is hilarious. What are the chances of dropping so bad that you're cooked from the start? Basically 0. To lose in the factory, really, you need to have a bad draft and then run into a strong enemy. I think the Light Screen makes a bit of sense. Like, Light Screen I think we do one sword stance with the light screen. I'm not even talking about the acupressure team, I'm talking about the Gen 3 power team with Skarnbliss. Okay. So Credilli free, most likely. I'll save an Earthquake PP, I guess. So it would have been nice to be at +5, because then I could just Brick Break and not rely on Rock Slide. I might still Brick Break. How realistically, how can I lose this? I guess Gyarados 4. I'm actually quite tempted to just go Venusaur and Leech. But Leech Seed has the same chance of missing as Rock Slide, so it's not correct. Also, that might not have been Credilli with Sunny Day, which would make this Gyarados free, because it's Rain Dance. I think it's fine. I think we won't lose the Gyarados 2 outside of exceptional bad luck. Gyarados 2 is faster than Marowak, that's the downside. I think I'm more concerned about Gyarados 4 though. And I think I'm going to use Brick Break here. Because we just need to make it rest. We just need to burn the first Resto Chesto, and we'll win. No, Credilli would come in first, wouldn't it? Because Marowak has a better type matchup. It's Grass Rock. Ground into Grass Rock versus Water flying into ground. Ground into Water flying. I think I'm going to Brick Break. I'm going to respect the Dragon Dance set's chance of winning here. Gyarados 4 is handled by Venusaur. You've got to assume, I think from here, got to assume that we miss a move. So let's say we miss Rock Slide and it Dragon Dances. Let's say we then hit Dragon Dances again. It'll then kill us with Earthquake. It'll then rest on Venu. We leech it. I probably would then go Snorlax, so I probably also have to miss Leech. But if I hit it with Brick Break, it has to rest a whole loop earlier than that. I think I just win. I think I just win if I Brick Break. It's going okay. We got through the first round quite easily with a good team. This is a slightly worse team. Okay, it's not Gyarados 2. Okay. Just go for the facade kill, right? There's no bulk on Gyarados 3. Ooh, Gyarados 3. It's a water spec. I was about to say, do we swap Venusaur for Gyarados, but against the water spec, I don't know if I want to do that very much. Well, it's definitely not Typhlosion. I suppose that Credilli could be anything. But Credilli is not great into water. It really is not. I think Venusaur will stay on the team for yet another match. Toby. Blastoise. So what's interesting about this is that it's not high risk water. So it's quite likely to be Blastoise 1. Because Miracoat and Counter are both high risk moves. It is possible for it to be 2, 3, or 4, but definitely more likely to be Blastoise 1 here. Which is important because Blastoise 1 is bulkier, much more likely to live the Earthquake. I think we're always going Venusaur, right? The Pump and Surf damage are not too relevant, and there's a decent chance it goes Miracoat or Counter. Credilli 1 to beat Slaking and Nidoking. Right, let's not overthink this. Venusaur beats Blastoise, surely. Okay, it's a Surf set, so it is actually a high-risk Blastoise. Which is not great, because those are also the Beamers. I'm a bit worried about Miracoat. Could Light Screen. Light Screen is terrible into a crit, though. I think I'd rather Leech. What can Blastoise do to Venusaur plus 1? Seismic Toss is decent damage. I kind of like Leech and then go Snorlax, to be honest, and try and set up. Okay, it's big that we didn't miss. Okay. Can Lax get to +6 evasion? It is possible. Definitely possible. Still don't know if it's 3 or 4. They have identical stats. Thanks, Boring Blonde. I think we do go Lax and we do try and get some teams up. I think of the all swap category. I think it's fun to have. I think it's good to have fun in the factory. I think when I get bored of the factory, I'm probably just going to move back to Gen 4 or other facilities. Though I don't think I'll be playing all swaps. Could Giga Drain again? I am concerned about Miracoat. Giga Drain into Miracoat would be a bit of an oof. I'm also a bit concerned about how low Venusaur is, but if I stay in, I'm probably just going to go even lower. There's another water type in the back. At least it's not a high risk water in the back. I think we go Snorlax here, though. Okay, it is 4. Let's go on for Miracoat again, because we're faster somehow. Okay. We'll get the Torrent boost soon. I'll burn Attract. Most useless move in terms of PP. Okay, but it's not a scary Lapras because Blastoise was Miracoat, which is high risk, so it can't be Horn Drill. Worst one would actually be Lapras 2, wouldn't it? Lapras 2 using Raw. That's a big surf. It's definitely not 1. It'll be 2 or 4. I wonder if we actually attract because of because Raw does go second and it is a female. On the other hand, if I just hit it with Facade, it depends what it roars to. What is Venusaur on? 211? It's probably in range of the Ice Beam. I think we'd switch back then in that case. And if I'm switching back to Snorlax, I wanna damage it. Okay. I think it's probably Lapras 4. We're doing not a lot. We're adamant, right? Okay. Thanks, SSD Hawk. Very generous. Very generous, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Frontier is what my channel is all about, so there's plenty more to come. Okay, it really was a water specialist. No reason not to do max damage here, right? Starmie is a little bit scary. Kind of need to beat it with Snorlax, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, the modest invested sets with Surf and Psychic, they're scary. They could easily sweep me once Snorlax goes down. I kind of want to know what the Starmie set is. Please rescue me. Evasion boosts. Should be fine. It would have to be crit as well, I think. It's T-waving. It'll never use Recover when it's faster. We're probably taking one of these. I don't think it makes a huge difference which Starmie set it is, because I think I might be taking the Lapras. The thing is, the T-Wave support would be so nice for the team. T-Wave support would be so nice for Lax and Marowak. Lapras is a much better switch-in, but I kind of hope it attacks now, that would be nice. Okay, Mrs. Confused Ray. There is not much difference between Starmie 1 and 6 anyway. Oh yeah, we didn't see leftovers. No, you're right. This is why I should have my own stream open, so I can also look at the sets instead of relying on memory. Electric. I can't believe Electric has showed up just as I'm about to swap Venusaur. I can't believe Electric has showed up here. There's 3 matches after this in the round. Starmie 1 is an unbelievable pickup. Lapras 4 is better than Venusaur, but it's also not unbelievable at 3 IVs. I could even maybe consider the Blastoise. Well, electric does Marek lose. The concern would probably be focused around Zapdos, and Zapdos does scare me a bit. They all have Minx coverage, so Snorlax can't just sit there. It's not slow and steady electric, which tells me a tiny bit, I guess, because Thunder Wave is so common. On the other hand, yeah, you're right. The thing is, an electric type would be a good pickup. It would be good to swap for an electric type after this. Marowak, Snorlax, decent electric. That's a decent team. Yeah, I think Venusaur is staying. I think Venusaur is staying. Alonso. So what's the biggest fear here? Bite flinch. Double team. There's no way I'm ever swapping. Okay. Please don't miss every single one. I guess because we have Brick Break, we can let it reflect, actually. Let's just Sword Stance this. May as well. It's fine. We'd never miss every single attack. I do want to Brick Break, though. Yeah, no weather in the back. Altaria. We can't Brick Break Altaria 2, but we could Brick Break the rest. Altaria 2 is high risk with Perish Song. Do I Brick Break, unironically? Because I don't care about Altaria 2 that much. Worst thing that Altaria 2 could do is paralyze Marowak, which is... We know the third Pokemon is electric. And Altaria 2 would block Zapdos free. Okay, it was not Altaria 2. I kind of want to know what this is. I will very likely find out what it is. Always find out. Punch a cloud, exactly. I wonder if it's ever blind Altaria. Altaria 1 is so bad, though. Yeah, Buzz 3 would have been the best one, definitely. Unfortunately, it was Buzz 1. I do not want Altaria 1. Let's see what the next trainer spec is, I guess. That's not helpful. Why not? Raikou 2 is the Thunder set. You have to hit Thunders, which makes it very high variance. It doesn't have time to rain dance Thunder quite a lot of things. It's a little bit vulnerable to being crit. Double team is not really a real move on it. Reflect is sometimes helpful, but in the factory I'm mostly concerned about playing around crits anyway. Oh, wait. Altaria 1 is Cherry Berry, which is what Electabuzz 1 is. Okay, so it's Altaria 3 or 4. I don't know. I kind of like Venusaur, to be honest. Altaria is so garbage. Particularly with the IV disadvantage. The Cherry Berry item clause does make Altaria 3 and 4 quite a lot better, though. There's potential pickups over the randomness of being 1/3 for Altaria 1. Do we know anything else? Because Altaria 3 is slow and steady in prep. And Raikou is prep, but there's no prep move on Electabuzz, is there? What is it again? Brick Break, T-Bolt, T-Wave. Let me check. What's Electabuzz? What is your 4th move? Cherry Berry dupes are rare. Thanks, Cecil. Venusaur is okay. I'm just a bit concerned about Venusaur being horribly explosive in an endgame. Oh, it's light screen. Okay. That's endurance. So no, we don't know. We don't know. Okay. Let's keep going then. If Altaria had been in the draft, could have taken it probably, but not now. For once, I'm not unhappy to see Registeel. Most likely one is definitely the Exploder, but Focus Punch is also high risk. Do I ever Sword Stance? I mean, it's probably a bit too risky against the Ice Punch set, right? Yeah. Could also go and leech it. Substitute is pretty unlikely from Registeel 5 early on. It's a bit tempting to go to leech this. I'm worried about Ice Punch though. Ice Punch would also be the risk with Venusaur, right? Ice Punch freeze on Venusaur, suddenly I look like an idiot. There's no Steel type in the back, which is good news for Snorlax. Registeel 1 would be very funny, yeah. The other thing is, like, if it is Registeel 3, it's not really set up bait though because of Explosion. And Registeel 3 is the most likely one because it's double high risk. Yeah, let's take the 3 versus 2. Don't get bright powdered. Okay. I really want to stay in. What is the worst thing that could happen here? Shiftry 1 and 4 aren't even going to use Giga Drain because they'll fake out. Shiftry 3 is going to Solar Beam. Shiftry 2 is going to double team. Punched a tree, exactly. I definitely want to do this in case it's shift free. Okay. 26 damage. Is that shift free 1 always? Oh my, 256. Uninvested, it's 208. Shift free 1. 256. So yeah, 20% reduction. Like, fake out is 40 power, it's then 32, 20% reduction on that is the 20s. I think it has to be shift free 1. And against shift free 1, I think we would always be going to Snorlax. The downside of Snorlax is we don't get an incredible setup because Feint Attack can't miss. I don't want to stay in for a Giga Drain crit though. Do we go to Venusaur for the first attack? We could also PP stall Giga Drain and then go back to Marowak. But Feint Attack crit is always going to be a risk, right? What is it? Is it male? It is male. Attract is seeing a surprising amount of consideration. One idea is... We can't leech seed grass types now. One idea is that I go Snorlax, I Facade, and then I go Venusaur. And I try and kill it with Giga Drain. Maybe Facade and Shadow Ball, so that it's only 1 or 2 Giga Drains to kill it. So let's think that out properly. Venusaur Light Screen, Snorlax, Facade, Shadow Ball, then back to Venusaur. Then we double team Light Screen, Giga Drain. Maybe additional double teams. I guess there's a chance. There is a real chance, actually, I go back to Marowak after the light screen and set up. The Marowak setup is much better than the Venusaur one. Okay, let's stay in for one more then. Damaging this is not bad. Decision time on what I want. The thing is, Marowak hits so hard that the Sword Stance setup is often kind of pointless anyway. It's high risk, no phrase. Registeel, Shiftry. I think it is one Sword Stance. Just make sure we kill absolutely every bulky thing. Don't crit me. I'm definitely only doing one. only doing one. Ooh, and I've taken damage on Venusaur. That's not great, is it? Quite likely to be Crobat free, in case it was Registeel free. It must have been Registeel 3 or 5. Crobat free completes high risk for Registeel 5. Ooh, it's a little bit scary. I think we do Rock Slide here. We do Rock Slide. If Marowak faints, I'll go for the Leech. I don't think Brick Break is worth it, right? I don't think I'll ever lose to Crobat 2, because I can just Leech it. The scariest one has to be Crobat 4. We'll survive the Giga Drain from Crobat 2 anyway, because it has no investment. Brick Break is quite big for Crobat 3 and 4. We'll do about a third. Particularly for Crobat 3, which is the more likely one, because it's going to be double-edging the Marowak. Brick Break and Facade will kill it. It also has to double-edge Snorlax, though. Like, I think the biggest risk here has to be Crobat 4, which is not that likely. It's very difficult to play around Crobat 4 though because of the Confuse Ray thing. You think we're overthinking this? If Crobat crits Marowak, I'm in quite serious trouble, to be honest. What's Crobat 4? That's so scary, dude. All Crobat 4 had to do was dodge the Leech. It's got a 19% chance of doing that. Or Confuse Ray, Venusaur. Right, Flying High Risk. Is that actually the end of Venusaur? Because there are quite a few D-Knight and Ment sets which have high risk moves. Moltres and Charizard can also be high risk, yeah. There's even, in open level in particular, there's quite a few Articuno sets. We also know it was Registeel free because of high risk. Has to be Registeel free. I don't know about Registeel, dude. It's a bit scary, actually, to go Registeel. I think this has to be the end of Venusaur in one way or the other, though. Can we handle D-Knight? We can handle it if you know, Snorlax doesn't take damage. And Venusaur is healthy enough to Leech Seed or something. It's not the flying moves that scare me, it's the fact that it's a flying spec. It's a problem for Marowak, it's a problem for Venusaur. I'm wondering if it might be Crobat 4, you know. It really might be Crobat 4. Let me check a Registeel set again. So we're adamant. We're adamant 170s. Yeah, that makes sense. It's obviously Registeel would mostly be used for explosion. Could also be countering. Yeah, I guess we probably do take a Registeel. I'm really not happy about it, though. We take Registeel and we try and explode on one of the more problematic flyers. And we really hope that Bright Powder or something doesn't go off. Crobat 4 outspeeds pretty much everything, yeah. Yeah, the Dragon is fairly likely here. Dragon Flying is pretty damn likely. Pretty damn likely. Does Crobat outspeed Aero? It does, yeah. There were no Aero sets in Gen 3 with max speed. I think it's Registeel. But this is dangerous. This is definitely dangerous. I don't trust Crobat. I don't trust it. I don't trust Crobat. Doesn't hit hard enough. Vulnerable to being OHKO'd by strong moves. Do I have to stay in case of Dragon Dance? High risk. Immense. Oh. This better not be Mence 4 leading off with double edge. I wonder if I actually just blank Rock Slide to cover for Mence 4, just double edging on turn 1, so it can die to its own recoil damage. I mean, Mence 1 leading off with double edge, Mence 4 leading off double edge, I think I would probably then go Reggie and counter the Earthquake and hope that we don't get Bright Powdered. It's probably the same with all of the Mence sets that have Dragon Dance. The scariest ones are actually 7 and 8. They're not likely, at least. It's high risk. It's not likely to be special Mence, but I think given that we're quite likely to switch next turn, I think we Rock Slide here. Okay, it's 2. That's let's go Reggie, I think, right? Go Reggie. Hope that it doesn't protect too many times on Ancient Power. I hate how random that's going to be, though. Maybe we wait until Swagger. If we do this with Reggie and we self-hit, we've used up the high health Reggie can no longer safely explode on some of the more dangerous flying types. Alternatively, go Snorlax. I think I like going Snorlax more than Reggie. So the way that Protect works is that if Protect fails, it's guaranteed to be used the next turn. But if Protect is used twice in a row successfully, it will not Protect again. Okay. That's quite significant damage, yes. Unfortunately, it's quite likely to go for Protect. Quite difficult to play around this. I do want to try and get double teams in. The good news about Mence, though, is that it's unlikely to be Dragonite in the back. I do not want Snorlax to go too low on HP because I'm worried about Moltres. Oh, maybe I just Facade, dude. I don't like this. I was really hoping it would actually use Protect on the switch, because then it would be guaranteed to have protected the following turn as well, since switch makes Protect fail. Called out on the no double team again. It can Protect again. I need to do damage though. I need to do damage. I need to kill this thing. I'm considering going Regiseal now, though. Two Ancient Powers will definitely kill. It failed. It's guaranteed to use Protect this turn, that means. So we always Amnesia. Protect failed again. That means it's guaranteed to go for it again here. It's unlucky. But that isn't. We got the Omni boost. But we're confused. Okay. Oh no. I mean, at +5 special defense, I think I do stay in. Aero 2, 3, and 4 are all high risk. I'll one-shot Aero 3 and 4. Aero 2 is the problem. Do I counter? I don't think I counter. I think I need to play around the Fire Blast burn from Aero 3. I could explode, actually. That's Aero 2. Okay, it's huge that we hit, but we don't kill because it's Aero 2. Oh my god, it's Aero 2. This is a weird Registeel set, yeah. Snorlax is going to go dangerously low here. I think I probably would go Marowak. Don't crit me. Don't crit me and don't self-hit. Actually, just end the confusion now. This is the third turn of confusion. 50% to snap out. Nice. I can actually beat any Houndoom because it's already met the requirements for high risk with Double Edge and Hyper Beam. I'm probably dead to Fire Blast. Quick Claw would be amazing. Okay. It's Houndoom 4, I think. I think we lived Houndoom 3. Since Houndoom 3 has no special attack investment. We definitely want to go Snorlax first, because we want to encourage more... Well, it's going to Solar Beam, actually. It's going to Solar Beam Snorlax. Oh my god, do I go Marowak first and switch into Snorlax? Houndoom 4 is going to randomly overheat or Solar Beam. It's bad to do that into Solar Beam, but it's really good to do it into overheat. Alternatively, I just stay in with Marowak. They're both slower, yeah. The thing is that while Sunny Day isn't up, it can't Solar Beam Marowak. The risk with going Snorlax first is that it could Sunny Day, and then if it crits, I don't know. It'd have to be a massive crit, right? I think it has to overheat Marowak to win, and therefore I want to force it to drop its special attack first. I think it has to overheat Marowak to win. If I go Snorlax first, and I don't kill it with Facade, it gets a crunch drop, and then it gets another crunch. And then it overheats Marowak, and I lose. No, I don't think I want to set up. I want to kill it, because Facade will come very, very close to killing Houndoom. Houndoom was 108. Special defense. 108 physical defense. We have basically a 3 times multiplier, even factoring in the 0.8 on level 100. We want to go Marowak first because Marowak forces it to go down to -2. If it does overheat. Okay, easy. It can 1v1 lags. Crunch, special defense drop into another crunch will kill Snorlax. It's a modest Houndoom. At -2, incredibly unlikely to kill Snorlax. And it always goes to -2 when it kills Marowak without Sun Up. Flying. High risk. We're probably always taking Aero too. Aero and Mence can't be in this. I think we're always taking Aero too. Since Articuno, Moltres, D-Knight, all fairly likely. Aero 2. I think against flying I prefer the arrow. I'm wondering if this is always... I'm worried about being burned on Snorlax is the issue. I know there's another flying type in the back. Don't really want to use Marowak or Aero on this. I'm a bit worried about Zard 2, which is not that likely, but it could appear. I mean, Zard 2 needs like +4, at least, probably +5 to one-shot Marowak with EQ. That's not going to happen against Snorlax. Okay. OV is a high-risk move. It's very tempting to throw in a double team, isn't it? It's probably worth it. I do not want to give this Blaze, so we'll Shadow Ball first. One's weak to water. Well, it is a flying spec. Okay. They all use the electric move, right? They all use the electric move, or they do something like double team. The final Pokemon could be a water type. It can't be an electric type. I think we do keep Snorlax a bit healthy. It's not 2 or 6. Okay, so the one way to lose now would be the Quick Claw Warlord set with Fisher. Needs the Quick Claw this turn. It also needs the Quick Claw on Aero, and it also needs to hit Fisher on Snorlax. Yeah, the Zapdos sets are very similar. That's not Warlord 4. Where is Venusaur? Venusaur would have been quite nice in that last match, actually, as soon as Charizard went down. So we do have Noland now, which makes this draft a bit more important than usual. Poison? Okay. Docile. I'm not going to complain. There are better Zapdos sets. I'm not going to complain. It's very, it's very entitled to complain about Zapdos 5 showing up. Fortress 3. So we actually used Fortress 3 in doubles yesterday. It was actually quite good. Did quite a good job against Suicune. Very nice. Okay. I think we're probably not resorting to that. Or that. Okay, weird draft. Weird draft. Oh my god, is Fortress 3 coming? Is Fortress 3 coming along? Bum, 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 bum. I think Fortress 3 is coming, which is very funny. I really don't like Machamp 7. I really, really don't like it. I know there are a few people who are fans of it. I really don't think it's at all consistent. I would rather take Slacking than Machamp, and I don't want to take Slacking. And Whiscash 2 is kind of bad, unfortunately. Why don't you play? I used to play competitive. I don't really have the time to focus on competitive. And unfortunately, VGC is very expensive to travel around the world for. Also, I'm bad at doubles. Don't tell anyone, but I'm kind of bad at doubles. I don't like the Whiscash. I think I'd rather take the Fortress. Rockhead is a little bit of a shame, but I'm not. It doesn't make much difference really. What I like about the Frontier. This is gonna sound so weird. What I like about the Frontier is it's a static challenge. Like, I'm not going to quit tomorrow, but let's say tomorrow I was like, you know what? I just don't want to play. But I'm gonna play some other games for a while. The Frontier is not going to change. Nothing about the Frontier will change. I can come back 2 years later. It'll be the same experience. Everything I learned before about the Frontier will still apply because it's always the same. I'm not in like a competition. Like there's no race against anyone. I'm not under like direct pressure to play it or not play it. It's completely up to me. Whereas keeping up with like competitive metagames in Pokemon and other strategy games, I'm not going to say it's exhausting because it is fun, but it does kind of like sap up a lot of my time. Whereas with like Frontier, I'm always like, you know, if I'm like a bit bored of team building like a certain team, I can be like, I'll just pick this up later. It doesn't matter if I do it right now or not. Whereas like, you know, in VGC, you don't really have an option. You kind of have to learn the next VGC format. Smogon Roundabouts. I really think Smogon Roundabouts is terrible. This is an unpopular opinion, I know. I think it's bad. Do you just lose to Gengar if you don't take Slacking? I mean, Aero and Zapdos can handle Gengar, but yeah, Fortress is not great into Gengar. It is true. No. The Frontier is not truly static. Like, we are evolving in terms of the teams and strategies and things that we learn about the Frontier, but there's no like need. Like when I used to play, I played quite a few competitive car games at quite a high level under a different handle, but back when I played loads of car games, like particularly when there's like new sets coming out, like you kind of have to keep on top of it. And I would be able to pick it up quite quickly, but like I found it exhausting. And one day I stopped playing and I actually just never went back. And I feel like a little bit like that with Pokemon. Like I don't miss competitive as much as I thought I would. Yeah, it's not fair to say it's static, but it's kind of static. I will not Well, if I take a big break, I probably will become worse at factory because I'll forget stuff, but it's kind of a permanent skill that I'm upgrading. Also, the Frontier is incredibly cheap. Having a Nintendo PC, it's very cheap. There's no microtransactions involved. I don't actually play Yu-Gi-Oh! I was extremely sad to hear about Simo this week. I did watch some of Simo's videos. I thought he was a fantastic YouTuber. Very sad news. I think we're leading Aero. Simply because it's the choice bander. Yeah. I'm an old school player. I played Gen 4 back when it was current gen, when I was a kid. I think I wasn't actually allowed on Smogon yet. I think I was too young, but I did vote on the original Garchomp suspect test. And my favourite metagame was always Gen 4 Ubers. I didn't like Gen 5 as much because of the Weather Wars. And then Gen 6 I just found a bit silly. I really didn't like Gen 6. And actually, like Gen 4 OU, I know BKC recently did a video about how Jirachi has fallen out of favour, but I really hate Jirachi, man. I think it's not fun. What happened to Simo? Unfortunately, Simo passed away. Which is very sad. I didn't know Simo at all, but he was a great YouTuber. Right, let's take the Pokemon. I don't think I'm changing my mind about Fortress Whiscash. What did you vote on, Chump? Wouldn't you like to know? My opinion on bans has always been that we should ban stuff that makes the game more fun to play. And I thought Garchomp was a problem. In general, I support almost all bans. Like, I don't play ADV right now. If the ADV people want to, like, ban Doug or Blissey or whatever, I would support it because I'm not actively playing the game and they are. And if they think it's fun to remove it, I agree with them. Yeah, Simo was 32. It's really sad. Right, let's keep going. It's really sad. I genuinely thought Simo had beaten it, but obviously he entered remission again. It's very sad. Yeah, the Quick Claw ban. I saw that and I was like, the Frontier players could not agree more. Like, Quick Claw is such BS. The thing is, you just put Quick Claw on a Pokemon that doesn't really care about the Quick Claw. A Pokemon like Magneton. I think Magneton was like the example BKC used. And then, you know, oh, I've got a Magneton and I've just trapped your Scarm. And you send out, I don't know, something with Earthquake. And now Magneton Quick Claws it. It's just BS. Quick Claw is definitely not fun. I don't know how powerful it was. I haven't played ADV in ages, but like, it's definitely not fun. I think if it's not fun, you can ban it. That is my attitude. It's a fan-made metagame. It should be fun. I really hate the item Quick Claw. I think in some ways Bright Powder is okay because there's ways around Bright Powder, but there's the way that Quick Claw just like ignores the entire speed mechanic is it's crazy. Like, Quick Claw would be an insane item if it could have a 20% chance to double your speed, but you literally just go first in your speed bracket. It doesn't matter. It's insane. Quick Claw is definitely the worst item in the game. Focus Band and Bright Powder are annoying, but there are ways around them. There's kind of no way around Quick Claw. You're kind of always going to be vulnerable to it. Smogon hates fun. I trust the current ADV player base. Anyway, we are facing Klops. No phrase Klops, which does make it a bit more likely to be Dusclops 3 than any of the others. I don't like getting burned. Klopp's one is not that likely to go for burn, though. I think we're staying in an earthquaking. Yeah, the extreme speed coverage is extremely limited. Are we always earthquaking? I think so. No Gengar on the back. Well, if Gengar is in the back, there also has to be a poison type in the back. Okay. 120. So it's Dusclops 4. Let's kill it. Sorry, it's a poison spec. I'm so out of it, guys. You are right, there is no Gengar in the back. Sorry, guys. I was very distracted there. Right, it's not high risk. It's not high risk in the back as well, so it's not Crobat free. I've never seen such a big opportunity to use the move to Zap Cannon. So the battle AI in Gen 3 does not understand hidden power. So even if the factory mons had hidden power, they would not use it unless like the only other moves they had were also non-typical moves. It would be useful for the player though. Okay. I'm gonna hit you with Zap Cannon. It's actually quite funny that this is almost certainly correct. Ultra rare Zap Cannon moment. No, no, no. Oh no, this is going to be really sad, isn't it? Oh, I have to PP stall this. This is so sad. I'm going to have to switch back and forth between Zapdos and Fortress to make sure that Zapdos doesn't get toxic. Oh. Just remember that there was pressure on the first Giga Drain, so I do actually have to count that. Should always Giga. Yeah. Shall I hit the Zap now? That'd be funny. I think I'd rather Fortress take the Giga Drain, actually. We're gonna hit Zap. That's a crazy hit. That's a crazy hit. That's a 1 in 6. That's an insane hit. Hit another one. Does it ever matter if we run out of Zap Cannons? I don't think so, right? Because like Tentacle, we Earthquake. Come on. It would be insane to kill this. Ah. Oh. Sad. Sad. Crit it. That's sad. Okay. The Giga PP might be slightly important, actually. It's double teaming. Those tied. It's -10. It's going to heal past 90% again, though. Unfortunately, I do not want to miss every single move, so I am going to go Zapdos. Okay. Reminder, what is the phrase? It's free-spirited. Okay, that's big because it's not high-risk Venusaur, and it's not slow and steady. So it actually has to be Venusaur 4, which means we always kill it, because Venusaur 4 has no physical bulk. There's Ancient Power Kill, yes, but I didn't want to choice lock. Dragon. Dragon no phrase is the Lati phrase. Latios and Latias both very likely. Dragonite has also got quite a few sets that wouldn't instantly activate any phrase. Don't care about Crobat. I think we're continuing. The Zap Cannon hit was funny. Dusclops 4, not great, unfortunately. Ooh, yeah. You're slightly scary. I would love to Hyper Beam. I'm just worried about Latios 1, 4, 5, and 7, since they live it. It might be correct to just explode on this, you know. Just switch and explode. It's a bit less likely to be like 5 and 6, yeah, but I think we switch and explode most likely. You take Latios. Depends what it is. There are some good and bad sets. T-Bolt. Okay, modest T-Bolt. That's big info. Unfortunately... Well, it's good and bad news. It's going to be Latios 1 or 4, which are the best sets to swap for, but they're also the scariest sets to face. Don't crit me. Don't crit me. Okay. Do we need forces to cover some particular dragon? I think, honestly, Latios is probably the most threatening dragon there is. Like, I wouldn't love Mence to switch in here. Low-key, I could go back to Aero, because the Mence most... Oh, no, they react in... No, Gen 3 cheats. The Gen 3 switch AI cheats. It's going to respond to what I send in. I was about to say I can go to Aero because it's going to send in the Flamethrower Mence more often, but it could send in anything. Thanks, Hawk. Thanks, Hawk. I mean, we're probably taking that Latios, but... It's specifically Salamence with specifically Intimidate, which is making me pause on going back to Aero. At the same time, if I go Zapdos and like Flygon comes in, I'm really pissed off. I think it does have to be Aero. Aero versus Ment is okay. There's also like Kingdra. We're going Aero. I'm not afraid of using Hyper Beam. Okay. It's no phrase. Hey Lucas, I think we are gonna aerial. I don't like the swap that much. I think we're gonna aerial. Meganium 2 lives, but obviously Aerial Ace against Meganium 2 is ideal anyway. Okay, we killed him one shot. So it was probably Meganium 3 or 4, since 1 also runs a lot of bulk. So that's Lumberry is gone from Latios, and then it was Meganium. Now it's time for the dragon. Okay. Do I switch and T-Wave this? Because it's not Lumberry, which means T-Wave does go through. It's also less likely to be D-Knight 1 or 2, since Meganium 4 is Bright Powder. I don't hate staying in. The real reason to switch, though, is that the special D-Knight sets will drop to Ancient Power, and they're probably the ones with the biggest chance of winning. I mean, I suppose D-Knight 2 has the best chance of winning, but D-Knight 2 is high risk. No, there's no clause there. Mega Meganium, yeah. I think we want to hedge our bets against the special D-Knight sets. With Choice Lock, we can't pick a different move. What would T-Wave get you? Well, I'm expecting to be T-Waved by D-Knight 3, 4, and 5. Okay. So the mission now is to put D-Knight 3 into Ace range. Obviously, it has to kill Zapdos with Hyper Beam anyway. Yeah, I think the Dragonite most likely to win was probably Dragonite 2. And I think it probably is better to swap out of Dragonite 2 since Aerial Ace is not two-shotted. And a tie in the factory is considered a loss. So if it crits the double edge onto Zapdos, I actually lose. To get info from the fact that Dragonite is second mon. We sent in Aero. Both Meganium 3 and 4 have Giga Drain. Don't think so. It's fine. What was I scared of? Go on. Poison. High risk. Yeah, Demon Gengar. I'm mostly thinking about Nidoking here, though. What's funny is that Sturdy Fortress is quite good against Nidoking 1. But Demon Gengar, probably a more real threat than that. We're taking the Latios. I think we're going triple Ice Week and it's fine. Because going Ice Week in Gen 3 is not the risk that it is in Gen 4. Since fast ice moves are rare. So we only saw Thunderbolt, so it can be 1 or 4. It doesn't really make much difference what it is. 1 is better than 4, but it's a small difference. Yeah, we go quite weak into ice, but we're pretty good into ice, honestly, with this team. Okay. Wheezing 2 is pretty likely. Latios 1. Do I actually want to go Latios? Is already poison. Latios is likely to be useful later. Staying in is a bit awkward. ADV Superman, yeah. I think we have to stay in. Wheezing 3 is fairly likely, but I think we have to stay in. We should go through the wheezing. It would be a T-belt paralysis, that would be it. And it's fine, we'll get the Omni boost as well. Oh my god, it's not wheezing 3 though. It did 63. It's not wheezing 3, that's all we know. Okay, admittedly I can't stay in with Ancient Power against you. High risk Steelix, but if it was Wheezing 2, it would already be high risk. Steelix 4 has to be the most likely, but Steelix 3 and 4 together probably are the bulk of the chance here. The fact that you switched in does make me think Steelix 1, 3, 4. Actually, Steelix 2 is Sandstorm, which is super effective against Aero as well. I don't really want to get hit by Iron Tail on Latios. Steelix 2 just used block on Zapdos. Okay. I mean, there's only one thing we can do, obviously. It's just quite funny. The scope lens. I think we're fairly likely to lose this. Because Sandstorm does about 31% to us. Yeah. We're going to lose this. Unless I crit every turn. Okay. It's just that easy. We've got 3 crits in a row. Oh, there's the revenge crit. No! Where's my crits going? No. Is that gonna heal out of Ice Beam range? I don't... Like, tying myself onto Earthquake with Aero is okay. Unless it's Crobat. I should beat Crobat with Latios. Aero anyway, though. Yeah, Steelix is... there are a few Pokemon that even if they resisted Ancient Power, I might have stayed in after the Omni Boost, but I would not stay in against Steelix. Mark. Right, do we care about scouting, Mark? I doubt it. Mark 4 is quite good, but I doubt we care that much. No type. Flexibly adaptable to the situation. Okay, this is a learning moment for the stream. This is a rare phrase. Wow. So, flexibly adapted to the situation, that means that 3 or more styles have been activated. Very, very commonly, I think it's High Risk and Slow and Steady are 2 of them. And then, I suppose the most common third one might be Impossible to Predict, because Alakazam 3 and Clefable 1 activate that on their own. There are some funky sets that do Endurance. Like, Endurance and Total Prep can sometimes be mixed in with Slow and Steady as well. This is, it's a weird one. Weather moves are also... There are some weather sets with some multiple different categories activating. Flexibly adaptable. It's not... I don't know what the odds are. It's not like impossibly rare. It's just like... It's an event when it happens. Now, flexibly adaptable... I don't think we can say that much. Probably the best team into flexibly adaptable would be a very offensive team like I have right now. Yeah, something like Registeel 3 or 4. So Registeel 4 or 5 would be fairly likely on flexibly adaptable, yeah. Wow, Men's Free, the buddy already knew the rest of the team. That's crazy. I guess it makes sense. Like, I'm guessing Alakazam... Oh, can I figure that out? Men's Free, Alakazam Free, and... It has to be High Risk. Typhlosion Free? No, that's impossible. Yeah, the buddy is really strong when it comes to this stuff. This is where the buddy is the most useful, I think. But we're going without the buddy. Breloom. Okay, so I think it's very, very likely to be Breloom 2 or Breloom 3. Since they're both high risk with double slow, they both almost activate flexible. 2 of the flexible conditions. Maybe Breloom 4. I think Breloom 1 is quite unlikely here. I do not want to stay in and get hit by Focus Punch from Breloom 3 or 4. Effect Spore is only 10% in Gen 3. It's 30% in Gen 4, but it's only 10% in Gen 3. I think I'm going to Aerial Ace this. I don't like it. But I don't want to use Hyper Beam, and I don't want to use Earthquake. It's right, Quick Claw is not a threat because Breloom 4 has to use Focus Punch here because Focus Punch will kill me. So there was no Focus Punch start of turn animation. I think that's Breloom 2. I think Breloom 1 is very unlikely. Breloom 2 would make a lot more sense because Breloom 2 is pretty unlikely to go for Focus Punch. I guess, or maybe Breloom 3 could have used Iron Tail though. Maybe it could have been Iron Tail, Breloom 3. Okay, no, it could have been 2 or 3, I think. Right, Raichu. So I think there's 2 major options here. It's either Raichu 2 or 3. So Raichu 2 would make sense because we complete high risk with Breloom. And then we go Endurance and Prep, and then we only need to activate the Slow and Steady and the Endurance Prep. I think Raichu 3 is more likely though. Raichu 3 will complete Slow and Steady with Attract. And then it's activating the Weather with Rain Dance. So then the final Pokemon is a Weather user with a high risk move. That would make sense. And then it's actually very likely to be Raichu 3, isn't it? I think it's incredibly likely that the back Pokemon is actually a Fire type. Back Pokemon is a Fire type with Sunny Day and Overheat. I think that's very, very likely. It doesn't have to be that. Just thinking. Electabuzz 2, maybe? Because Focus Punch is high risk. Exploud 2 as well because of counter. It doesn't have to be. I think it's quite likely to be a fire Pokemon in the back with Sunny Day and Overheat. It can't be Electabuzz because it's Raichu. And that would be electric. Yeah, I think we want to preserve Aero because the Backmon is quite likely to be Fire. I think we want to preserve Aero. I think Raichu is very likely to use Thunder here. It is possible. The other path is the Raichu 2 path with high risk being completed. Then the final Pokemon has to be Slow and Steady and double prep or something. I might check what the buddy says after the stream on this. I suspect the buddy would go much further than my analysis just then. Yeah, I think we switched to Latios. Okay. Yeah, that's not a surprise. It is female. It is female, it could do it. Oh, it's faster, so it has to Rain Dance. Yep, no, that's true. We can't Earthquake because we are choice locked into Aerial Ace after using Aerial Ace on Breloom. Yeah, I'm just glad you didn't use Attract, to be honest. Okay. Okay, it's gotta be Flareon 4, right? Let's think about this quickly. Slow and Steady has been achieved already. There's no impossible to predict combination on Breloom, right? No. It's Flareon 4. It's Flareon 4. Is the overlay broken? Sorry, what did you want? What was broken about the overlay? Overlay not working? start off with the paralysis chance, yep. Oh, it doesn't show the mon you killed last. Yeah, maybe we have to fix that. People have mentioned it. The overlay gets quite crowded with the Pokemon with 10 sets in Gen 3. I'll think about it. I don't know where they would go necessarily. Maybe I could just put a sprite on somewhere. Okay, no type high risk. Yeah, I think it could have been Breeding Free, and it could have gone for the Iron Tail kill against Aero. Anyway, we're not swapping for those. Okay. So the high-risk Regirocks are 2 and 5, and then 1 and 6 are partial high-risk. It's alright, I think some people have said this about the overlay, and I think it's valuable feedback. I'll think about it. No, the overlay isn't that clever. The mons that scroll past in the overlay are just random factory Pokemon, but when there's a type spec, the top and bottom rows will just be Pokemon of that type. So there's a bit of a bias, but it doesn't take into account any of the styling stuff, and it can include Pokemon that are on my team, which should be blocked by species clause, obviously. ZQ kill, no. I think we're probably staying in, because I don't like giving Regirock momentum, and Latios doesn't really want to come in. I think we do have to stay in. No, that would be sort of a little bit cheaty. That would be sort of Buddy-esque if it did that. Okay, Rockslide is not a surprise. Didn't do very much damage though. It's definitely not Adamant invested. It's definitely not 1 or 2, for example. It's not. It can't be 5. And 3 is incredibly likely to Curse, and 4 is very likely to T-Wave. I think this is Regirock 6. Very, very likely Regirock 6 here. And obviously that's quite likely to explode after it's done with Aero, so we want to kill it. We do not want to swap. Yeah, it's a bit like Regirock has no physical weaknesses. Because it has such absurd physical defense, even with the IV gap. Okay, so there's high risk in the back. And this is more likely than not Hypno 1 or 4 due to the super effective. I do not want to put Latios into an Ice Punch. And I do not want to put Zapdos into an Ice Punch either. I think we're sticking it out. There's no Rock in the back. There's no Psychic in the back. I think Aero's job is done. Mega Kick is not high risk, high return, no. It could have been, maybe, but yeah, for whatever reason, it's not. I think Integrated Buddy would be... I think it... Like, if it was automatic Buddy based on screen recognition, I think that would be like an unfair advantage. I'd probably release it to the public. Because I'm quite against unfair advantages. probably want to go Zapdos first, just so we have the flexibility to use Thunder Wave into the final Pokemon. We do more. I don't think it makes any difference, actually. Hypno 4 takes more from Drawback, Hypno 1 takes more from Thunderbolt. Okay. I probably don't want to paralyze this for obvious reasons. We can check for Fake Out. I think the biggest risk here is actually probably Hariyama 2 or probably is Hariyama 2 actually. Okay, Quick Claw. We do not get flinched. Yeah, it's not a IV maxed Latios, but it is still a Latios. Double Quick Claw, wonderful. Surely you wouldn't Quick Claw Rock Slide flinch Latios into a crit. That would never happen. So Dark is quite a lot more common in level 100 because of Tyranitar. And there are quite a few Tyranitar T-Wave sets, if I remember correctly. Is there an Attract T-Wave? No. So... I don't think we're swapping, though. Regirock 6 sucks. And I don't want to take Hariyama just before Noland. Particularly because it's quite likely to be a useless T-Tar set since it's Stone Steady. Yeah, there were not many Dark types. Aero and Zapper 31 IV, yes, they're from the draft. This is the last trainer before 168 Noland. Donphan. More likely to be 1 because of Swagger, but not guaranteed. T-Tar is good. I think I want to switch out Aero because of the risk of T-Tar. We'll flatten the no bulk T-Tars quite easily with Aero's Earthquake. And then the bulky sets are too slow to get going to beat Zapdos. I think we go Latios every time here. Goodbye, Lumberry. I mean, it's good that it's not a Quick Claw Donphan, I guess. That's not a surprise. So there is a reason to stay in and just Dragon Claw it. Because we put it in Earthquake range. We put all of the sets in Earthquake range. Unfortunately, the fact that it was not a Quick Claw Donphan means it can be a Quick Claw T-Tar. In particular, I'm a little bit concerned about T-Tar 4. But it's quite likely to be a slow and steady T-Tar, which is essentially all the Thunder Wave ones. I don't know my T-Tar sets. How many of them actually have Thunder Wave? 1, okay, so it's quite likely to be 8. And then 9 is Attract, yeah, I remember that. 8 and 9, quite likely. I think we maybe Ice Beam. It's better to freeze T-Tar 9 than it is to paralyze it because of the Quick Claw. It's right. In my head there was a T-Tar. There was an earlier T-Tar set that had T-Wave, but there was not. I can't hold all of them in my head at once. I'd have to go through one by one. I think we Ice Beam here. What's the biggest downside to Ice Beam? It could be something like... It could be T-Tar 5, for example. It's possible. I'd rather Dragon Claw 5. I mean, it might be a good idea to play around rest like that anyway. By far, I'm most concerned about. Okay, it's actually not 9. Right, the plan here is quite simple. We just need to keep this slower than Aero. So we can't let it Dragon Dance more than twice. It's not a speed tie, is it? Oh my god, wait. No. It's 325. Okay, it's allowed the Dragon Dance 3 times then. That makes this a lot easier. 8 is quite likely. 8 is... The thing about 8 is 8 was very, very likely to use Thunder Wave. I think it's actually more likely that it's not 8. It's also probably not 3 because 3 would want to use Counter. I don't have 210. No. Wildcat has the level 100, 210 streak. It's ongoing. So it's not a static target. Okay, there's the answer. So the final one is double slow and steady dark, which instantly makes me think Umbreon. I don't know if there's another thing that exists. Umbreon 3 and 4 seeming forced. Yeah, it's definitely Umbreon 3 or 4. What's nice about this is that they have to both attack Latios here, so I get 3 damage, and they've been stuck in a sandstorm. We're not going to get any help against Noland. There's no hint against Noland. Shadow Walk gets Umbreon 3, so we'll Aerial Ace that. Blind T-Tar 10 into Noland. Oh, and the overlays. The screen capture is broken for this, actually. I have to manually update the streak count. Still haven't fixed the Noland issue. Noland has different text. So the win counter automatically goes up when it detects the text, something about next game or... Oh, I've forgotten. It's one of the pieces of text you get after a regular battle, but it doesn't show up for Noland, because Noland has unique dialogue before his fight. So I have to manually update it. I don't like taking T-Tar. It's also going to be stuck on Dark, Slow and Steady, which is not the Noland hint. Noland has no hint. I don't think I want the T-Tar. I think I'd rather put my faith in the fast Pokemon. What we can do here is... this. Latios 1 is swapped. The other two are 31 IVs. Noland has all 31 IV Pokemon, and we get no information about them by default. I'm just going to Ancient Power. The one major downside of that, well, there's two. There's Quick Claw, Lovely Kiss. There's also the fact that Jinx 2 could live. The Jinx 2 is forced to use Protect anyway. I do not want to give Jinx 4 any time to do anything. Okay. This would be an exceptionally bad time to get a Bright Powder Miss. Jinx 2 can live. It's impish. Max HP, max defense. Okay. No. The world record hasn't lost yet. I'm weighing up the Latios switch versus the Zapdos switch. I think I'm being overly protective of Latios' Lumberry though. I don't need to worry so much. And Zapdos being crit by Hydro Pump or Thunder would be a disaster. It's a weak Surf. It's Lantern 2, isn't it? Lantern 1 is quiet, Lantern 4 is modest. I can't switch moves with Aerodactyl because I'm choice band locked. Otherwise I would Earthquake. I actually kind of hope I don't crit. It'd be a problem if I crit this. I don't know how to avoid Flail. Might be impossible. Luckily, Aero is faster than a +1 speed Lantern 2. It's going to be so close with Flail. No, there's no hint for Noland. Go for the kill. It's definitely a range. It's either Psychic or Ice Beam. Ice Beam is to try and play around giving it max power Flail. Almost Ice Beam probably puts it into Endure range anyway. Okay, just crit, yeah, and then it's not a roll. should be GG. Because it can't be Venusaur 2 because Jinx was Bright Powder. It'll live, but it won't live the aero attack after. Okay. I guess I probably wasn't in Sludge Bomb range from Venusaur anyway. That's probably could be either one of them. It doesn't matter which one it is. Venusaur came back for revenge. Okay, and I have to manually update that as well. Do we do another round? Because it's a weekend. Because it's a weekend, I'm not tired like I normally am. We could wait for next week, but isn't that kind of lame? Go again. I'll turn off the sound now. Go back to regular music. Venusaur 1 is a Pokemon, isn't it? It is a Pokemon. We did we did actually feature Venusaur. Leech Seed Venusaur. Yeah, let's do another one. And then I have to eat, I think. But we'll see. High risk. Classic. I'm pleased we got a flexibly adaptable. Oh my god, it's 2 again. Wow. That's a great start to the draft. I am a fan of Ursaring 2 as well. I think this is what you want in an Ursaring set. Not just the accurate moves, but also the Quick Claw and the bulk. Jolteon. I'm a little bit nervous about using Jolteon just because of its complete lack of coverage. I mean, we should be decent into ground types with Ludicolo, but I'm nervous about the move Fissure. A lot of Pokemon that Ludicolo should beat suddenly beat Ludicolo when they get a Quick Claw Fissure or some nonsense. Okay, Klops 4. Klops 4 with the IV. So Klops really appreciates the IV advantage because of its low base HP total. The way that the IVs work is that it's the same as EVs actually. IVs and EVs are worth more for lower stats. They're a big deal. So like if you're using like baby Pokemon, IVs are a big deal, but if you're using like fully evolved legendaries, it's often a fractional difference. Oh, it's gonna Cleft balks it. Oh no. I'd moved on to the stat screen. Cleft 2. Wow, what a weird draft. What a weird draft. I kind of like leading Ursaring and putting Dusclops and Ludicolo in the back. Dusclops feels like the Pokemon most likely to be swapped, and I think it's probably better off in the back. Lock in the Ursaring and the lead. Urswing likes leading because it can be tricky to switch Urswing in and then also use a move because it's kind of slow. Ludicolo doesn't really care where it is, it doesn't matter. Would Klops be broken if Eviolite existed? It would be really good. It would definitely be really good. It's not Freddy. It's not Urswing 6, Freddy Fazbean. I think I'm pretty committed to the Urswing line. Urswing Dusclops is a nice 1-2 combo. So we don't have to swap. This is a pretty good draft. This is like... I think this is top half, easily. Drafts can go way worse than this, quite easily. Oh yeah, true, you need Dusk Noir in the game as well. Yeah, that is true. If Gen 5 sturdy mechanics existed, how would that change the frontiers? It wouldn't actually change very much. Like, it would make the sturdy Pokemon better, but I don't think it would change very much. Because Skarmory is already... I mean, Skarmory would be quite a lot better in Gen 3, basically, but it's already really good. How good would Fairies be in this gen? I think Fairies might kind of break the factory, to be honest. Because Fairy is a pretty busted type, and it also puts Steel and Dragon out of balance as well. I think this draft is like a 6 out of 10, maybe better. I don't like Jolteon 1. I've had too many early round experiences where the last Pokemon is Swampert or something and you just got Jolteon 1 and your other Pokemon is low and you just lose. Because Jolteon can't do anything. Jolteon 1, if it was coming, it would go in the lead slot. I don't have an amazing defensive switch in. Like, Ludicolo can come in on Earthquakes, but it's not great. Seems much easier to get a good draft. Well, in Gen 3, you have the busted 31 IV Pokemon. In Gen 4, you do not, which is quite a significant difference. At the same time, in Gen 4, the runs are far shorter to complete. It is high risk. I think high risk correlates quite strongly with ground types. Because of all the rock ground explosion nonsense. Double Edge, Fissure. Flying Pokemon are above the rest. Do you even have a flying type? This is the Battle Factory. Arcanine has wings. It's Flash Fire Arcanine. Okay. Do you intend on getting Gen 4's factories? I do hold every world record in Gen 4. But I think I will play it again. Technically, I guess, depends how much you believe Noah Kyogre. Noah Kyogre posted a longer streak. I might go for Noah Kyogre's record, actually, which I think is 112. And I do want to get 100 in Gen 4 doubles, but I just don't think it's ever going to happen. It's just so much luck involved. Sorry, the barrel is not in high tier Gen 4 either. Right, we did not get intimidated, which means I'm just going to stay in and click the move. Overheat? Is it modest? Maybe. What about the Maltese records? Oh, sorry, yeah. I think I do want to play multis at some point, but I'd like to play it with a person instead of with myself. I would say the factory community is still thriving. I don't think it's really changed. I don't think it's really grown or shrunk. It's sort of what it is. It's sort of vibing. Ursuing Metagross. We might have to damage calc the overheat, you know. It was 262 damage. I really think it's Arcanine free because of Modest. I also don't think it makes a big difference to the Metagross decision making. Metagross, of course, is a bit spooky. I can't go Dusclops on Meteor Mash. Does too much damage. This would be a great turn to get a Quick Claw. There's no fire in the back and there's no Steel Psychic. Okay, just don't attack boost. I'm quite nervous about Metagross 1 here. I think Metagross 1 could live Double Surf. Obviously Metagross... I don't think Metagross 2 is as scary because it doesn't have access to Aerial. I hate how this could also be a Quick Claw. How do I play around the potential boost and the potential explosion from Metagross 8? Oh my god. Unfortunately, Metagross 1 and 8 are the most likely because of high risk. I'm considering Dusclops first. I don't think I can do it though. I think it does have to be Ludicolo. I guess against Metagross 1, I could switch to Dusclops after the first Aerial. The attack boost really sucks though. It really sucks for Metagross 1. The problem is that Meteor Mash will kill Dusclops after the curse damage. We're not that bad into the Metagross sets that Ludicolo is faster than. So Metagross... Wow, Metagross 4 could Quick Claw, but Metagross 4 and 6 would be quite good news. I think I'd feel very stupid if I went Dusclops and it was actually Metagross 4 or 6. I think I have to go and Fire Punch. I do get the Shell Bell healing. I don't think that's going to matter. I'd love to crit or burn. Mostly crit. There's the kind of unthinkable scenario of missing Metagross 6. Okay, it's not 1. That's so much damage. I hate this. It's so let's work out what it is. Actually, it's not 1 because 1 would aerial. It's probably not 2. Could it be 2? Like 2 has no attack investment. It wants. I don't think it's 2. Metagross 3 is really likely to double team. It's probably not 3. Metagross 4 would rather Shadow Ball. It's also slower. But it could have Quick Clawed. It could be Metagross 4. 5 doesn't have Mash. It can't be 6. Because we are. It can't be 6 or 7. Because we were slower. Okay, so it's 4 or 8 basically. Fuck. A small chance of 3 as well, I guess. Oh. Doesn't Metagross 8 want to... I suppose there's a heavy roll overlap on Meteor Mash and Brick Break. Brick Break does do slightly more damage on average. Because of Gen 3 damage floor rounding on the super effective and not very effective steps. So basically it's most likely to be 8. And 8 is going to explode a lot of the time here. I could try switching to Dusclops and predict the explosion. Unfortunately, the downside there is that if I get it wrong and it goes to Meteor Mash and Dusclops gets hit by Meteor Mash, I'm probably lost. I'm probably going to lose then. It doesn't have to be 8 because of high risk. But it is pretty damn likely to be 8. It's more likely than 4 and 3, and I don't think any of the others are possible. 6, 7. Oh my god, this is up. The thing is, it's not that likely to use Mash. It has to miss the +1 in explosion. And then Meteor Mash has to roll a higher damage roll than Brick Break. And even after all of that, it also has to hit the Meteor Mash into Dusclops. On the other hand, if I stay in, I'm safe against everything except a crit. Obviously, the downside of staying in is that I don't know if Dusclops can beat the last Pokemon. I should have a decent chance with Dusclops. It's a very high variance play to try and predict the explosion. It is, I think it's pretty likely to explode though. It can be almost anything in the back. It's not a fire. It's not a steel or a psychic. I think Dusclops loses to most Pokemon with a super effective move against it. And it would also be risking a crit onto most other Pokemon. Like, there'd be very few free wins with Dusclops. It should be likely to explode. Let me check. I've got time to check the explosion AI after the final game. Oh no, it's faster. It's faster. Okay. Yeah, it's like 75% to explode. How suspicious is the DDD's 3k streak in the battle tower? It's as trustworthy as you can get, given that there was no video. We trust the team, and a DDD has independently proven himself to be trustworthy in other streaks. That doesn't guarantee it's real, but it's about as trustworthy as it could be without being like live streamed or fully recorded at least. Oh, this is a really hard decision. I think in general terms, Dusclops probably is like 90% to win the final 1v1. Maybe a bit lower. Shadow Ball is quite a common move. So is Crunch. Maybe 85%. But 85% is higher than 75%. And this Metagross is only about 75% to boom here. We don't. We'll never know. We'll legitimately never know. Oh, please. Don't crit. Just don't crit me. Okay. The second boost is rude. I'm pretty sure it's not Gramble 2 or 3 because of item clause. So it's 1 or 4. I always beat 1 because it can't touch Dusclops. Gramble 4 has to lock itself into Shadow Ball to win here, which is a 1 in 4. It also has to crit the Dusclops. I'm really very lucky to win here. I think it's about 1 in 8 into a 1 in 16. I could Ice Beam. Honestly, I could Ice Beam. The downside of Ice Beam is it means I take more double edge recoil. Ice Beam has the upside of freeze, and Ice Beam and Surf crits both kill Gramble 4. The problem is I'm doing less damage. Yeah, I'm worried about it would if it Shadow Balls and then I double edge into the recoil. That's gonna be so close if I don't Surf. It's probably safer to Ice Beam. Because it's just it's a free like 14% chance of winning. Even against Gramble 4. Is it ever Fire Punch? A potential burn. Problem with Fire Punch is I don't think Fire Punch into double edge kills Gramble 4. And I do want to always kill Gramble 4. I think it has to be Ice Beam. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Can't win with Crunch. the scary one. Frickin' Metagross. Normal. High risk. Why did it get Crunch? Because Crunch killed me before the Shell Bell healing. It didn't factor in the Shell Bell healing from Ludicolo. No, I think I'd be taking Metagross over the Urswing, I think, and I'm actually not sure if it's much of an upgrade. The problem with using Metagross is, like, Metagross is bad in Gen 3 and Frontier in general because of the reliance on Meteor Mash. It's okay in the tower, I mean, not the tower, it's okay in the factory, but I mean, Metagross is really quite horrible. I think every top player has had an experience of being severely let down by Metagross. I think I'd rather stick with my 100% accurate Urswing. The guy didn't have a flying type true, I forgot about that. It is nice to explode, but low-key, my adamant max attack 31 IV Urswing double edge is kind of explosion. Surely Metagross will maintain its 2/3 boost chance. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to take it. So, high risk normals. Miltank and Tauros are both always high risk. Can't be Gramble. Snorlax is the scariest high risk Pokemon. Okay. So Kang 1 and 3 are high risk. Kang 1 will announce itself with Fake Out. I think I might actually Earthquake on turn 1. To not give Kang 3 the reversal boost. The thing about Metagross 4 is that I'm faster than it with Ludicolo, so Metagross 4 had to Quick Claw every turn. Did the worst... Oh, in terms of why noobs think Metagross is good, probably is the speedrun route, which is not entirely Worse's fault, because that is just the speedrun route. I don't think any other speedrunner disagrees that you go for those Pokemon, but yeah, I think it probably is that. I don't know if Johnstone's old Gen 3 Frontier video, does that suggest Metagross? I think Johnstone uses the speedrun Pokemon in his guide there, which is important because that video has like 1 million views. Dusclops here? What is the downside of going Dusclops here? Kang 3 using Earthquake. Dusclops takes the Earthquake okay. Sure, let's go Dusclops. Why not? We can go Ludicolo on the following turn. Swampert is not as bad as Metagross. But Metagross is really quite atrocious. Metagross does one thing quite well, which is explode. Metagross is also quite good in doubles, but people always talk about Metagross in the context of singles, it feels like. How likely is Switch here? It's not Gen 4, there's no Scrappy. I don't want to use double edge because I think it makes the switch much more likely, because it will then notice that it's been hit. Yeah, I think what we do is we intentionally do not switch. Do not attack it. Curse on this set feels like it's meant to boost attack. I also get the same feeling. Oh my god, I've got to do level 100 HP calc right now. So this is a max invested Kang 1 with 3 IVs. Is it dead in this turn? Does it even matter if it's dead in this turn? I think it's alive. It's not 1 in 4, it's 1 in 2 because I know it's an even HP value. It's free. Nah, I don't know. Can't be bothered. Can't be bothered to figure that out. Swing now. I'm not sure if it's guaranteed to always use fake out. I think I'm happy with Dusclops being in. Yeah, it's not actually guaranteed to always use fake out. That's more normal high risk. Yeah, it's very likely to be a high risk Snorlax. I am most scared of Snorlax 8, I think. Is there any Snorlax set with... I don't think there's any Snorlax set with even HP. I think I'm on the curse. It is likely to be a Shadow Ball one as well, since it's switched in, I guess. So Snorlax 1, 4, 5, 6, 7 are the high risks. And those all have Shadow Ball. It's a bit of information. The curse sets were likely to use curse. And one was quite likely to use double team. I don't want to blunder into potential counter. I'm worried about giving specifically Snorlax 7 a curse boost. But I can just use curse myself to stop that going really wrong. Okay, it narrows down further. It's not 7. I remember watching the John Stone videos ages ago. I don't know how long ago it actually was. I think it might be pre-COVID. It's gonna spam counter after Brick Break, right? It's not gonna go Earthquake. So we do just sit out the shadow balls, which is fine. Time to see. Yeah, counter. Is there a way to play this that I'm not vulnerable? Yeah, I'm thinking. I still don't know which one it is. I'm wondering if I stay in. It's either this or I don't know. Damn it, okay. It is 6. At least it didn't crit me. This was a mistake. Hasty mistake. Will rest, I think. I could go Ludicolo on this earthquake, it's not terrible. Does the claw not trigger when you switch? Oh, you're talking about quick claw. No. What's it gonna do actually? Is it just gonna... I think Dusclops being asleep is a bit of a problem for enemy setup. It's a bit of a problem, but I think it's worth burning a turn. Okay. It is actually already high risk though, so it doesn't have to be overheat. Okay. It can't. It has to be overheat now because it would always flamethrower over air release. Overheat is considered a non-standard move and therefore can be used. So it'll be 2 or 6. I think I'd actually rather rest than curse if I do get the dodge. Okay. I think it's actually Ludicolo first. Since even at -2 it can still area lace the Ludicolo. Don't crit me. $210. It was Kang 1. It was Kang 1, Black 6, Multi 2 or 6. It's youngster Jackson and his shell armor. Youngster Jackson is a knowledgeable Frontier player who knows that shell armor is goated. It's not high risk, so it's not Miltank 1, so I can't be countered. I'm gonna break this. I'm looking forward to the Gen 4 frustration. It'll be coming soon. It looks really close on the brick break 2-shot. I think I'm just going to double edge so I don't have to worry about it. 4 hours, yeah. I mean, it's a Saturday, so I'm not tired after work. Okay. Dusclops. Probably let Urswing faint here. Honestly, I think we're like it's 40 battles away. We're probably about 50-50 to die or hit 210. Maybe a bit higher. I don't think my win rate is much better than 98% in factory. Hey, Battle Girl Ruby. It's simple. We quick claw. We just quick claw and it's over. Could also actually counter, but problem with counter is that it's really bad into Marowak 1, and we are faster than Marowak 1. Okay, I'm going to punish you for that. That was greedy. Okay, it's D Knight 10, obviously. It sounded like dirty. I did not mean it that way. We could take a free IV Marowak. Dramatically worse than 31 IV Marowak, unfortunately. Much, much riskier to use it. I don't think I like Miltank 4. What's this? This is Trackmania 2 tail lights. I don't think I'm taking any of those. I think it would be very rude for me to assume that they're better than anything I have. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm using double edge, but I don't want to go Dusclops on Glalie 3. Glalie 2 and 3 are the most likely since it's high risk. Glalie 1 is going to waste its turn with Hail or Protect. And Glalie 4 is kind of an issue as well for Dusclops. Let's kill it. I remember using Shoddy Battle, yeah. Shoddy Battle and then Pokemon Online and then Showdown. Shoddy Battle was pretty terrible. Good Brick Break, but I'd rather kill. Particularly if it is Glady free. Okay, it's not. I wouldn't even have been sad about the paralysis. Okay. I'm weighing up going Ludicolo. I think it's only bad against Explosion. And I think even against Explosion, it's sort of like fine. It's Urswing Dusclops in a 2 versus 1, and I can go Dusclops first and Curse. Yeah, I used to play Trackmania, yeah. I don't want to leak. I'm not a leaker, but I do know Virtual a bit. Virtual was very helpful to me a few years ago. Oh yeah, there's also Trackmania videos on my channel, yes. That might give it away slightly. To be fair to Virtual though, Virtual knows like everyone. He's a really nice guy. It's guaranteed to protect actually, again, because it failed. But that's fine. Actually, we should have used Surf. Whatever. We should have used Surf on the guaranteed protect, but it's fine. What's in the back? I'm strongly considering going Dusclops right now, but I'm a bit nervous about doing it into Zapdos 6. Also a bit nervous about doing it into Zapdos 3. Yeah, let's Ice Beam. Okay. We'll know if it's 2 or 6 shortly. Oh. It gave us Swift Swim. I was waiting for the Drill Peck roll. I was about to be like, is Drill Peck gonna do more than like 270, 280? But we were just faster. I'm not taking Zapdos 2 or 6 anyway, though. High risk again. I was like, wait, what? I was like, I'm pretty sure I don't have Quick Claw. Ah, Typhlosion. Yes, and you are high risk, so it's very likely to be Typhlosion free. Typhlosion 4 also on the cards, but Typhlosion 3 incredibly likely. I do believe I'm going to click the move. Shiny Muck. My overlay does have a 1 in 8,000 chance of a shiny. Oh yeah, the travelling salesman. Honestly, the help I provided to the UK on the Trackmania games was extremely minimal. I want to emphasize this. I did not do very much. In fact, I might have confused one of them. I competed in this won't mean anything to most of you. I competed in EWC with the UK as well a number of years ago. That was a lot of fun. It was good fun because I was an extremely average player. I really enjoy competition when I'm not the best or the worst. I really enjoy the grind. Unfortunately, a lot of things online and in real life, you end up being very good or very bad at, and it isn't much fun. So yeah. I mean, single player stuff, it doesn't matter if you're good or bad. But yeah, when you go to a competition or something, particularly in sport. One of my worst memories from high school sports was we played this other school once. It was in football, and we won the first half 11-0. And the teachers actually decided to forfeit. But I actually felt so bad for the other team. It didn't feel good at all. And I'm pretty sure it happened to us once as well. There was like a massive mismatch in skill. Okay, so that did 104 damage. Probably could be Typhlosion 3 or 4. It does happen at the schoolboy level. It's particularly bad in rugby. There was a trial match we played on the county level where we scored 100 points. But there's also one of the worst experiences of my life. I had tennis lessons as a teenager, and I was fairly athletic, and my coach was like, "Oh, you should play in this. You should play in this weekend. You should come to the tournament this Sunday." And I was like, I don't know if I can like actually play like a full-on competitive tennis tournament. That sounds a bit intense. And I went there, and there was it must have been I don't think it was round robin. I think it was probably Swiss rounds. I played 5 games, and I lost all 5. And only 2 of the games were like even remotely interesting. That was miserable. I remember it because I ended up apologizing to my opponents afterwards. I was like, I'm sorry. And the only way I could like actually try and stay in those rallies was to hit it ridiculously hard. Anyway, not a tennis player. Good enough at tennis to embarrass casuals, and then bad enough at tennis to get destroyed by actual tennis kids. Right, let's not misplay after the story time. Are we not going Ludicolo here? I think we're always going Ludicolo here. How many hat-tricks did you have? I always played in the wing in football. It's one of those things where at schoolboy level, if you're fit enough to run like 10k, you're unusual. So they often put the fittest kids in midfield because you can there are people willing to run back to do defense as well. Okay, it's a pumper. We could damage calc that, and I might actually do it because of Blastoise 2 being Mirror Coat. 31. Could probably work this out though, because Hydro Pump is 120. That's 96. 144. 70. 72. Oh, no, not 72, 36. It's Blastoise 2. It's Blastoise 2. That's not modest damage. What do I do against Blastoise 2? It's so annoying. It's gonna sometimes Mirror Coat. It's not encouraged because I'm special types. You ran 18k today. That's a lot more than I ran today. And the fattest guy's gonna be Goalkeeper. You know, looking back, I actually wish I could have played Goalkeeper. I'm probably not tall enough. I'm 6'1". I feel like the good goalies are probably giants, right? I feel like Goalkeeper could be cool though. Probably a lot of sitting around, but the thing is, if you're one of the fitter kids, you don't get to be in goal. I do not want to do this, but 6.1 meters. Welcome to the British system where we use both imperial and metric units. So it's miles per hour, but then you give a distance in kilometers, and then your height is in feet and inches, but then you do your measurements in school and at uni and stuff with centimeters, and then you know your weight in stone, but then you go to the gym and you pick up weights and they're in kilograms. It's definitely too late for my career to start as a goalkeeper. Definitely too late. That's another coat. That's another coat. That's a pump. That's a coat. I need to pay attention in case it misses Hydro Pump, and I don't want to miss the text. Okay. To be fair, I think I got a decent feeling for both systems. Do you know what's funny though is that, like, because I did rowing at uni, and in rowing, because it's so much of it is European, on the more intense competitions, everyone's weights and heights are actually in metric units then. How much even is a stone? I don't want to say. I don't want to get it wrong on camera permanently. It's out of pumps, right? I know Blastoise has odd HP because it's 170 HP. Why did I curse? That was an autopilot moment. Why did I curse? I could have just Shadow Balled. Ugh. Lost my Chesto Berry for nothing. I just want to curse. I just want to curse. How many petty farming bicycles do you own? Surprisingly, 0. I did fencing for I did 2 months of fencing, and it was a lot of fun. And then our coach left. I think our coach was like a professional fencer, and he just wanted to make some money. Oh, no, no, no. Not switch. That's alright. Curse can't miss. Fake accent, yeah. Just completely fraudulent. I think we only played with foils, and I know one of the swords was called a saber. So when I was like 13, I really wanted to use the saber. I thought that sounded wicked. But I'm pretty sure we only used the foil. You have to be extremely posh to do fencing. It was actually quite cheap for us, but we did it through the school. Like, we were just told, you can do the thing. Guys, I'm not good at fencing. I'm not good at fencing. I'm not good at fencing. We did loads and loads of footwork stuff in the first like month or two, and then coach left. Don't worry. Flying. Okay. I was also aggressively mid at football or soccer. It's one of those things where, like, if you're willing to be fit and in shape, and you don't have horrendous dexterity and coordination issues, you do get picked for the team. Did they teach Battle Factory at Eton as well? No, I did not go to Eton. I know a lot of people who went to Eton because they were at uni. But I did not go to Eton myself, no. I've completely forgotten what the last team was. Oh, it was RT2. It was RT2, and I'm not taking RT2. It's interesting that it's Golem on no phrase. So there's no high risk in the back, and it can't be Golem 4. Ludicolo 2 is good. It's actually good. Take 2 quick claw activations. I think I have to stay in. I think Earthquake does too much damage to Dusclops. And it could also be Golem 2, which is a free one. I really did not want to go to uni in London, though. I do kind of hate London. It's too expensive. Way too expensive. True. We would not know if they both activated Quick Claw, but... I think Focus Punch must be an almost guaranteed kill. I'm wondering if I want to have Dusclops in, given it's a flying spec. I don't think I do. I think it is still Urswing best. 3+6 with Dusclops Curse. I worked in London back in like 2019. I really didn't like it. It was also unbelievably expensive. I think I was quite close to losing money. And I live like a hermit. I don't spend money on anything. Just losing money by getting the tube and stuff and trying to eat. Anyway, this can't be a high-risk men's set, which unfortunately makes the special ones quite likely. I don't know how I feel about switching Dusclops in here. I kind of want to do it. Ments 7 and 8 are going to be a problem. Hopefully it's 1 or 6, I guess. And against 1 and 6, I do want to go Dusclops. Story time. Random stories. I'm happy to bring up stories of when I got thoroughly embarrassed in certain things. I think it's hilarious. Oh, I really hope it's not 7 or 8. It's gonna be a problem. Just don't crit me, dude. Just don't crit me. Yep. Okay. The issue with going rest first is the drop from Crunch, right? It's not Mence 1, it did too much damage with Dragon Claw. Yeah, I want to try and not take damage on Ludi if possible. We'll see. If it gets a drop here, I'm going to have to switch. So it looks like Crunch does very close to half. I could go Ludi. I've still got a full health Dusclops. I'm switching into a Crunch. Ludicolo's female. Mence 8 would be deeply embarrassing if it went attract after the switch. I know the final Pokemon is flying as well. It's not Aero, because that would type tie with Golem on the lead. And it's not Dragonite, it's one of the others. Does Ludicolo live too? Yeah, well, I'm scared of, like, I'm scared of Attract. I'm also scared of Crunch drop into crit, which is not a healthy thing to be actively scared of, really. Please, 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 don't actually happen. Or... I unironically want to switch again. Ludicolo is completely safe when it's not got a drop. So if I switch out, I do safely kill... Well, there's still Attract, isn't there? There's still an Attract. I do want to switch out, though, so I don't die to 1 in 16. Can still Attract here. Attract is still random. I feel like I have to switch, honestly. I can actually die without the drop if it's a literal max roll crit. I don't want to lose to a Dragon Claw crit. Also, this might Scout Attract. No, okay. I actually want to Curse, don't I? Because Curse means I heal more with Shell Bell. And it is also protection against attract. I think curse is best. It's obviously the end of Dusclops. Yeah. Okay, so it's Serene Grace, Mence. Double Edge is more damage, which is bad because I want to heal more with Shell Bell. And I want to be doing chip damage in case it goes attract here. Okay. Got a decent amount of HP. It is a flying in the back, obviously. I'm only losing to Xatu 4. The others are all easily beaten. Xatu 2 might be blocked by leftovers from Mence 8. No, we saw the... Oh, we actually know it's Mence 7. We saw the curse damage. Okay. It's only Xatu 4, which is scary. Doesn't matter. What matters is this turn, because Xatu 4 can confuse Ray Ursaring. I easily beat all the others. Okay. So 2 self-hits is a loss, I guess. Maybe 3 self-hits if I get a quick claw on the 3rd instance. God, I hate this so much. Dusclops destroys Xatu 4 as well. Okay, yeah, okay. Short confuse. Quick claw, nice. Justice. Justice can be cruel. Psychic? No phrase. Psychic high risk. So that's slightly better odds of not running into Lati. Does make the exploders more likely. Metagross, Claydol, Executor. It also makes Guard more likely through Destiny Bond. I think we're taking Mence, right? We're taking Mence for Dusclops. Big Bear. I'm pretty sure it's 7. Maybe it's 8 and leftovers is before. I'm pretty sure leftovers is after curse on turn order, right? I'm pretty sure. It doesn't matter if it's 8. I would still take it. No, I think we'll keep Ludicolo around, since it's dramatically better than Dusclops. Yeah, I think Mence... The fact we've got Flamethrower from Metagross and Executor. We've got Crunch for the others. Yes, Scizor is my favourite Psychic type. Yeah, okay, got it right. I hate this. I really don't know how I feel about clicking a Earthquake into a potential counter. Particularly when it's high risk and it's very likely to be Sizzle 1 or 3. At the same time, if I don't Earthquake into Sizzle 2, I'm in trouble. Could go Mence. If Sizzle 2 Quick Claws Mence, I'm gonna lose it. It's much more likely to be Sizzle 1 or 3 though. Yeah, screw you. Entirely too predictable. Don't focus band. Okay. There is another high risk. And it's not Starmie. So the final Pokemon would quite likely to be one of those Explosion Psychics. Or Deepborn Guard. Or I guess there's an outside chance of Perishong Jinx. The fact that Starmie switched in, it does slightly suggest the move Ice Beam. I do want Mence for Metagross and Egg. It would be a very, very brave... It would be very brave to switch to Ursaring now, wouldn't it? It would be an inspired choice as long as I don't get crit or Spadef dropped. The last time I said this and I switched to an Ursaring, I did get the Spadef drop. Could go for like a mid-ground player putting Ludicolo in. Ludicolo is not amazing into the high-risk Psychics, right? Got a decent matchup into Metagross, obviously. We saw that earlier. We're good against Claydol. Yeah, Ludi's quite good. Obviously, when we switch in, we go on the back foot slightly. I think it's Ludicolo. Yep. Don't freeze. Okay. It's obviously modest damage. It's definitely T-Punch. I don't think I gain anything by doing something else. Obviously, 3 and 4 have Lum. I just want to have the chance at a crit kill. Okay, Psychic. The Shell Bell healing might be super clutch. That's a lot of damage. We did act second. Does anything... I suppose Executor could be a resist switch here, right? Okay, no. Okay, it's Deepborn Guard in last slot. Should be pretty good into them, obviously. Guard 6 is Lum. Unlikely. More likely to be Guard 5 or 7, I feel. I do get scared by the delay on the last hit point punishing as well. Yeah, lightning likely not 6, I agree. If we get an attack off, what do we want to do? The bulkiest one is 7. Probably want to surf, right? Because of 5. We want surf crunch to kill 5, I think. We're faster, it's actually 7. Okay. We always win, right? How does Urswing fail this kill? Don't see a way. Quick Claw. I mean, Destiny Bond is completely fine. We've got a Pokemon still alive. It's the Guts boost. See, I always lose. I wonder what his winning quote is. I think that closes it. That closes it. I need to think about what I want to stream tomorrow. I don't think I'll be streaming Factory. Pick something else. Double Edge was Guts boosted, yes. Yes. No, not one more. I need to eat. I need to eat. I also need to watch the end of the Formula 1. I scheduled this stream to be starting at the end of it, but then qualifying got delayed by a crash. So I need to watch the highlights for that. Nah, no more one round. 5 hours, I think I stopped playing well quite a while ago. Unfortunately. This is I don't wanna scuff it. Cool. Well, thanks for watching, guys. I would say video soon, but actually I'm still quite a bit away from the next main channel video, but I'll probably be live tomorrow with a different game. Cool. See you later, guys. Thanks for watching.